Morning. How's everybody doing today? Happy Tuesday. It is Tournament Tuesday. I have not gotten a link to Out of the Park 22 yet. I am waiting on it patiently. I don't know if we'll get a chance to look at it today, but we'll be looking at it on stream tomorrow. So hopefully we'll have it by the end of the day, and I'll have it up and running. I got some stuff going on today. Like we got, we're gonna finish it off in style. The way that we started these tournament streams, we're hitting up bronze. Best of 7 open tournaments today. It's the second time we've done it on the Out of the Park Developments channel. It's probably about the 20th time I've done it overall. So I'm looking forward to saying goodbye to some of these cards that I've seen over and over and over and over and Ozzie Smith. That's what we're doing today. And then we're going to have a pack blowout. We're going to open all of the packs across all of my teams. Starting with about 250, we'll quick sell all the live cards after that, and it's like 250 to start with, and then we'll quick sell lives, and then we'll close it out, and we'll talk a little bit about the plans for the next week and the week after, and how it goes after that. Tomorrow, right on my stream, 12-hour stream with Out of the Park 22, we're going to close out the Transatlantic Baseball Association inaugural season tomorrow as well. We can talk about that real quick right now, actually, as... Let's just bring it up real quick. My team is on the verge of sweeping the championship series and getting to the World Series in the inaugural season of the Transatlantic Baseball Association. So we are currently 5 outs away with our number 4 pitcher, Justin Dias, getting through 8 innings. I did not expect him to get through 8 innings today. And so 3 outs away now. I'm pretty excited about this. I haven't been able to get the Cubs into the playoffs in OHBL, but this team just went on a tear. We had a round robin yesterday. If you watched it on stream at all, we went 5-1, and now we're looking for the sweep here today. So I'm pretty excited. This other series is 3-2. London took the first 2 games at home, and then Limerick took the second or the third, fourth, and fifth game at their home stadium. So they're going back to London with Limerick up 3-2. And it's been an interesting series. We've had some unlikely heroes for the Panthers. Luke Bowman with 2 walk-offs in the first 2 games of this series. He was our amateur draft pick, number 4 draft pick this season. And now we've got Justin Dias going 8 innings, allowing only 3 runs, and we're 3 outs away. Pretty excited about this, and we do it. The Panthers have clinched. Heading to the World Series in a sweep. We've got our pitching staff lined up and ready to go. Hoping for this other series to go 7 games. Maybe we can get it a little bit more lined up and ready to go. We'll take a look at the TABA later today if we get a chance. Let's get right into our tournament stats for today as we get going. So pretty excited about going to... Sam, I don't want to hear it. So I'm pretty excited about that. It was that team was a little bit of work this season, but it right around the midpoint they started playing really well. Bronze open. Let's get rid of our bar here before we get started. I might have weird head angles today. I'm working on some camera stuff and positioning and all of that. I got a new setup, you may notice, here in the office, and so working out a couple kinks with it, but we're going to do what we can today. We had 7 qualifying catchers this week. Jim Sundberg came in at number 7 for the 1976 Texas Rangers. He's a hardware hero. As with last week, I did take the defense out of the current rankings. The defense is still in the overall rankings, though, so keep that in mind as we go through this stuff. Sundberg's caught ceiling looks pretty low. Catcher ERA is 7th, but number 1 in stolen bases against per game. I do feel like this is a little bit low, and you can expect it to be maybe a little higher for you. Overall, 1,550 plate appearances. He's not getting used too much anymore. He doesn't get used very much since Lava showed up, because Sundberg was a defensive option way back when. And once Lava showed up and he had a little bit of a bat and some defense, some pretty good defense, Sundberg kind of fell by the wayside, and so we're not seeing him get used as much anymore. 265 weighted on base average. Let's bring the stuff back up. Oh, and by the way, guys, we did it. Check it out. Bottom left of the screen, 1 million plate appearances for bronze. We finally stopped updating and redoing spreadsheets enough to get a 1 million plate appearance sample set. So pretty excited about that too. here today. We get to show you a pretty big sample set for your bronze players. Sundberg at number 7. Number 6 at catcher, Mike LaValliere. So we know he's okay offensively, 266 weighted on base average, not going to steal any runs, doesn't have a ton of power, but he's pretty solid defensively. Number 1 in caught stealing percentage, number 3 in stolen bases against per game, and number 1 in catcher earned run average. That's out of 19 catchers. He's pretty clearly kind of the go-to. Him and Bob Boone are kind of the go-to at defensive catchers right now. So offensively, he leaves a little bit to be desired. You're going to see some guys at the top of this list that I think are going to go, I would not run him at catcher. And I think Lava is really one of the better choices at catcher at this point. Is a left-handed batter, does have some of a right-handed split, especially in avoid Ks and contact. You're looking at 9 points of contact and 16 points of avoid K on him. And in a tournament where you've got 77% of your starting pitchers are right-handed and just over 55 of your relief pitchers are right-handed as well. So it's not as heavy as some of the other tournaments we've seen the last couple weeks with right-handed pitching. Like last week was the historical daily cap that was like 82% or something on both of those. But now LaValliere comes in at number 6. Now we're looking at a little bit more of a mix of pitchers here. Number 5, Bob Boone. So your other defensive catcher, you'll notice that Lava comes in 11th all-time out of 19 qualifiers. So the way this works is anybody with 500 plate appearances qualifies in the all-time, and anybody who had 400 plate appearances, I'm going to say 400 is what I set it at. That might be incorrect. It might be 300 is what I set it at, is who qualified for this period. So we only had 7 guys qualify at catcher for this period. And Lava was number 6. Number 5 is Bob Boone. Your other defensive catcher, number 2 in caught stealing, 4th in stolen bases against per game, 5th in catcher ERA for Bob Boone, 5th in zone rating, but again, as catcher, not really paying too much attention to that. A 276 weighted on base average. He does have splits towards lefties, so there you go. There's your defensive catcher platoon at the bronze level, is really Lava and Bob Boone. If you're looking to get more of a bat, you might want to see some of the other guys in this list, because there are some better bats up at the top. But again, Boone and Lava, pretty clearly the best 2 defensive catchers here in bronze. Number 4 is Bresnahan. So Bresnahan's interesting because, rookie question, where do I get my stats? I get my stats from tournaments I run, and then I just download them. Remind me at the end of these to show you how I do that if you want to see it. If I don't remember to do that, Brass, let me know in Discord and hit me up in Discord and I'll walk you through it. It's super simple. It's pretty easy. And I'm surprised that you guys even let me do this, because it's that easy to compile stats. The stuff that's difficult is making it look like this, but you can get stats pretty easily. So Bresnahan comes in at number 4. He is the number 4 most used. So not really a big surprise there. There's really just your 3 catchers that get used more than everybody else. You got Lava, Sirhoff, and Boone right up at the top. And then you got that second kind of tier of Bresnahan, Ivan Rodriguez, Bigio, and stuff like that. A couple guys who maybe see some DH play and whatnot. And, just guys who are more bat than catcher, that don't get too many plate appearances as a catcher. We might see different plate appearance samples for them. But Bresnahan's at number 4. He does play some second base, so he's an interesting choice if you want to have a backup catcher / backup second baseman who doesn't really have any splits and can be a very good base stealer off the bench. 17.85 steals per 600. So one of the things you guys might notice today too is that the power, the last time we looked at bronze about a month ago, the power had come up a little bit and the steals had gone down, and that kind of changed. We're looking at 9. Now keep in mind that's all time, so the numbers at the bottom of the screen are all time. And so the home runs came back down. They were just above 10 the last time we did this, and the steals were just above 9.5 the last time we did bronze. So the steals are back up, the home runs are back down, and a guy like Bresnahan becomes an interesting choice off the bench. I think there's better backup infielders out there potentially, but the fact that Bresnahan can back up catcher and second base makes him interesting. Though I will say I still tend to lean towards a Lava / Boone platoon, just because I think that catcher defense is really important in this. When you're talking about like Because last week with the daily historical, there weren't really any steals in there. And now with steals being much more of a thing, I think the catcher defense becomes a little bit more important. But Bresnahan's got an okay bat with a 270 weighted on base average. And you know, the base running that none of the other catchers have here at Bronze. At number 3, here's your number 2 most used catcher. It's BJ Sirhoff, another guy with a little bit of speed. He's 3rd in steals all time. He's 2nd. 299 weighted on base average all time. 295 over this period, which is right in line, just above league average. A little bit of power, not much, nothing that I'd put him in the lineup for, but a solid batting average and a solid on-base percentage for BJ Sirhoff to go along with a little bit of speed that makes him a good base runner. But again, he's definitely kind of a step behind those other 2 guys defensively. A 61 arm, 64 ability, 66 catcher rating leaves him 8th in caught stealing percentage. Luke Bowman's out for a week. Dang it, Whip. Why are you talking to me about that stuff? Changing a light bulb? Are you seriously? Unbelievable. There are some weird injuries in that league. And so he splits versus righties. He's going to be a very good hitter versus righties. He's always been one of the better bats here among catchers. It's always been kind of, do you want offense? Well, you're going to go Sirhoff or Bigio. Sirhoff's a little bit better defensively than Bigio, I think, at catcher anyway. But Sirhoff drops a 249 average, which is right around league average. On base percentage of 298. So he gives you a little bit of catching, not great. With league average offense, especially against righties, he's going to hit pretty well against right-handed pitchers. So if you want to go with a platoon of like Sirhoff plus Boone, then that's something you can think about as well. If you're just looking to coax a little bit more offense and then have good defense on your platoon days as well. So we shall see. When will drops work for Out of the Park 22? Hopefully Monday. Yeah, I think they're going to work Monday, but I'm not sure. I'm not in the loop on that stuff. Number 2. There he is, Craig Bigio. Splits versus lefties, just a little bit. He does have a little bit more power and a little bit more gap versus quite a bit actually. 14 points of power, 13 points of gap. The 12 points of avoid Ks offsets that just a little bit, but his defense is just not good at catcher. I have to imagine most of what you're seeing for him is as a designated hitter, and I don't think he quite matches up anymore with when the game first dropped and there wasn't a ton of bronze cards. Bigio was one of the better hitters in the game. And so, especially against left-handed pitching, he was really good with some speed to go along with it. But then you had some other bats drop, some bigger bats drop there 2, 3, 4 months in. And then you got the defensive catchers with the Lava, the Sundbergs and stuff, and people started drifting away from Bigio a little bit. Doesn't get used nearly as much as he used to, but still puts up some pretty good numbers. A 297 weighted on base average, as Excel freezes on me. A 269 on base percentage. Just a 219 batting average though. But what he does do is hit some home runs. 26 home runs per 600 plate appearances for his 349 plate appearance sample size this time. But all time, he only ranks 9th. Now, again, keep in mind that defense is factored into this all-time rank. But he steals bases, but he had a huge week this week in home runs, which really pushed him up a little bit. And his weighted on base average was a good 20 points higher as well. So solid week from Bigio this week, but I still think that he's more of a designated hitter option and not a great one anymore at that. Used to really like this card, but it's one that we've definitely moved on from back, a few months ago, probably about 6 months ago. And at number 1, a guy who you should not ever probably play at catcher or right field. He should be a designated hitter against left-handed pitching if you're going to play him, Gary Carter. It's a very specialized card. It is very good at what it does, which is hit home runs against left-handed pitching. One of the better home run hitters against left-handed pitching here in bronze. Unfortunately, again, 75% plus of our pitchers are right-handed, so he's a little bit limited in what he can actually do. These splits versus lefties are huge. You kind of have to platoon him. You should never catch him. I really think at this point it's a Boone, Lava, or Sirhoff Boone platoon that you kind of have to go with. And the community's figured that out. It's what the community is running with. And I think that's probably the best you can hope for as well here at catcher in bronze at this point. Perfect team. Okay, so Whip says our perfect team leagues and tourneys. So perfect team 21 will run another year. Yeah, Sam is correct. The server will get shut down about halfway through the season for perfect team 20, and then 21 will run until halfway through next season. Unless something changes in the next year. I know that hopefully they are looking at server infrastructure. I don't know what's going on with that, though. Again, I'm not really in the loop on that stuff, but Perfect Team 20 servers should shut down around May. 21 servers should run till 2022. First baseman, Matty Alou. I don't love him as a first baseman. We'll talk about him a little bit as a right fielder. I don't love him as a first baseman. The error with the first base rating isn't great. He's not very good defensively at first base. He has a pretty decent bat. 81 contact, 68 gap, and 95 avoid Ks versus right-handed pitching is going to get him a good batting average, 272. It is a very singles heavy driven on singles and doubles heavy on batting average, which leads to a 301 on base percentage. Doesn't walk very much really at all. 16th out of 19 qualifying first baseman. So it's a very hit driven on base percentage for him. Which I like. It's one thing I like about Matty Alou. The problem is he's not great defensively, and I don't think he's quite good enough to be too much of use. So he's the 10th most used at first base. Again, 2,500 plate appearances. We'll see if he pops up in right field. He might even pop up in center field. That's not a place that I'd put him at all. But he comes in at number 10 at first base. Number 9 is Mark Grace. Decent defense. He's got the 39 error rating, but his 68 first base rating is kind of okay. Offensively, you're looking at a little bit of a right-handed split. 6 points of contact, 6 points of power, 6 points of eye, and 8 points of avoid Ks versus righty. So he's a good matchup for this format. But he lags behind so many of the other guys. This is not like the silver Mark Grace that plays maybe a little bit better than his ratings really look like, or the gold one as well. I should say the gold Mark Grace. And so he's lagging behind just a little bit. It's only a 558 plate appearance sample size. He doesn't even show up in the top 10 most used. But a 308 weighted on base average is a little bit low among these first basemen. It is above league average, but there's a lot of positions here that just don't have offense. So first base is a position you really kind of need to get some offense out of. He's outside of the top 10 in home runs. He's not going to strike out much. He'll have a decent on base percentage, but there's just not enough production here for Mark Grace to really make a big splash here in bronze. At number 8 is Todd Helton, another guy similar to Grace. Okay defense for Helton. Pretty similar ratings, actually. 58 contact to split versus right-handed. It's even a little bit of a heavier split versus right-handed than you saw for Grace. His is kind of the opposite. He has a little bit of a power-driven weighted on-base average with a lower batting average and on-base percentage. Everything's kind of right in line with his all-time stuff where he ranks 15th. Was number 1 among first basemen in home runs over this reporting period with 28.96. All-time he's number 6, so we'll see who's above him on the list. He came in 9th in weighted on base average. Does give you a little bit of base running. I don't know that that's enough for me to say, hey, it sets him apart from other guys, and I don't think it is. But Helton is kind of a mediocre option at first base. You can see, we should start seeing some of these more used guys here pretty soon for first baseman. At number 7 is Joe Mauer. Your number 4 most used. This is your defensive kind of guy here, but he is also number 7 in weighted on base average with a 313 weighted on base average. He comes in at number 7. 6.5 home runs per 600, which is right in line with his all-time. He got 2,000 plate appearances over this reporting period. He's getting used a little bit as a designated hitter. You got some splits versus righties, 4 points of contact, 2 points of gap. You got 13 points of eye and 5 points of avoid K, which is going to lead to significantly improved play versus right-handed pitching. A 313 weighted on base average, top 5 in batting average and on base percentage though. So while you're not going to get a lot of power, you're going to get some on base stuff out of him. So if you're finding power elsewhere, then Mauer can be a pretty good option at first base, especially against the right-handed heavy pitching. But personally, I want a little bit more power and run producing production out of my first baseman. I don't think Mauer is a bad option. I think he's a decent option, but I think that depending on what you're filling in elsewhere, I think that he loses a little bit of value just because it's not that much production out of a first baseman. You've been alternating between Mauer and Marshall as first baseman versus right-handed pitching. Marshall's been a guy who's been on the list for a long time. Again, I breeze through the list. I like to be surprised just as much as you guys. So I breeze through the list while I'm making sure like numbers are all there and there's nothing that's like NA or giant errors. but I don't know exactly what's on the list when I get started either. I should probably start doing that. Murphy is your 10th most used first baseman all time. What does he do? He's got a 315 weighted on base average. He's 6th in average, 9th in on base percentage. How about instructions out of 22? What do you mean, Brent? That's a vague question. I'm not sure how to answer it. So if you clarify a little bit, I might be able to try to answer it. 4th in slugging for Murphy, 5th in OPS, 9th in home runs. So his slugging is very doubles dependent. So especially another guy with big splits versus righties, huge splits versus righties, to the point where I think he's only platoonable. Okay defensively, you know, the 45 error with 38 range and a 66 first base rating and a little bit of a second base rating, but not enough for me to say he'd be my backup second baseman. Just had a good week this week. 315 weighted on base average. All-time, 301. Ranks 20th all-time. 14 home runs per 600 plate appearances, 251 batting average. So had a really good 706 plate appearance sample size this week. There's going to be some guys up here that aren't on the list. So this will be interesting to see what's up here. Number 5 is Frank Torrey. Another one of your guys, one of your 6 guys that have more than 10,000 plate appearances all time. Torrey has heavy right-handed splits, plays pretty okay defense at first base compared to some of the other defensive players at first base, and was 5th this week in weighted on base average. Pretty close to in line with his all-time at 316 versus 309, which ranks him 17th. Keep in mind it's a huge sample size, so that's probably really a little bit higher than that. Because the cutoff for the all-time is 600 plate appearances, which just a ton of players have. You can see 24 first basemen have enough to qualify in the all-time. 7th in batting average, 5th in on-base percentage for Torrey. 14th in home runs. Doesn't strike out much. Doesn't, you know, middle of the pack in walks. He's only 33 strikeouts per 600 is kind of ridiculous. He's going to be putting the ball in play because he's not going to walk a ton either. So he's putting the ball in play all the time, which is... He's a normal batted ball profile with some ground ball pull. So hopefully, if you got runners on second base, you know, he's gonna at least ground it to the right side of the second base and move that runner up to third. So Frank Torrey is here at number 5. Number 4 is Vic Power. He's a guy who's been a long time use versus left-handed pitching. This is the bronze Vic Power that showed up, I want to say about halfway through the cycle, and he just hits really well against left-handed pitching. The problem is he's got some really, really significant splits. But I would argue that his versus right-handed pitching is not that bad. Like, this isn't unplayable. 65 contact, 80 gap, 56 power, and 89 avoid Ks versus right-handed pitching isn't unplayable. You could play him every day if you can't fit him in a platoon. Obviously, he's going to be a lot better versus lefties, which hurts a little bit in this format. You had instructions on what you should do today through Friday. You were supposed to get an email today. Oh, you're right. There should be instructions on the forums, but if you email or message any of the actual Out of the Park guys on Discord, they might be able to point you towards that. Check your recycle bin too, maybe, to see if you can find that email. Hopefully, and they might be able to send you a second email with your account. 5th in average, 1st in slugging though, 6th in home runs. 10th in on-base percentage is a little bit low. That slugging is very, very doubles heavy slugging, as you can tell by the only 21 home runs per 600, which is still almost top 5. It's just outside of the top 5. Did have a pretty good week this week, but still ranks 4th all-time among these first basemen with about 3.5 WAR per 600. A 324 weighted on-base average for Vic Power this week. Number 3, sorry, because I can count. The next number after 4 is 3, not 2. Keith Hernandez comes in at number 3. He's your number 2 most used. 4th in weighted on base average this week. Does add a little bit of value because he can run just a little bit. He's not a base clogger like some of the other guys. Pretty good defense for Keith Hernandez. Bats left-handed, which is helpful. The splits versus righties aren't huge, but they are noticeable, specifically in the eye and in the 5 points of contact. Hernandez is going to be a solid player versus right-handed pitching and play good defense, and he puts up the number 4 best weighted on base average among first basemen, which is pretty solid in this format. When you log into Discord, that I'm not sure what to help you. I'm not sure how to help you with that one, Brent. Number 2 at first base is Jose Martinez. He's going to mash against left-handed pitching. Huge splits versus lefties make him almost unusable at this point in this format, just with so many righties. I think there's too many guys who can hit against both. You can see he's dropped down to 8th. He used to be like up there at number 2, number 3 most used. He was the platoon split with Mike Marshall at one point. He was a little bit of a designated hitter platoon. He's going to hit well against left-handed pitching. Number 2 in weighted on base average. Good. Okay, awesome. Glad you found it. Number 2 in weighted on base average this week. Number 2 all time among first basemen in weighted on base average. Batting average is 8th, 4th in on base percentage, 5th in slugging, 3rd in OPS. So he's not one thing. He's going to hit singles. He's going to have a good batting average on balls in play. He's going to put the ball in play, although he will strike out quite a bit. If the avoid Ks was a little bit higher, this would be a super useful card. But because of the avoid Ks, he loses a little bit of his value at this point. 69 power, 69 gap, 82 contact versus lefties. I don't think he's going to be your everyday starter, but I think you can definitely, if you can platoon him as a first baseman or as a designated hitter, and maybe get some play as like a backup first baseman or something like that, especially for people who like manage these tournaments actively. For a lot of us who just, like for me, I just do data, so I don't actively manage, and I don't generally move guys in and out of the lineup during the tournament. So one of the things to keep in mind is that if you're going to use him as a designated hitter and a backup first baseman, the game sometimes has a hard time deciding when to move that designated hitter to first base to play him. It almost will never happen. And so you're going to have to actively manage that if you want to make that a thing for Jose Martinez. He's at number 2. Number 1. Who's number 1? Carl Taylor comes in at number 1. He's got pretty heavy left-handed splits. So a platoon guy, you got 6 points of gap or contact, actually negative 8 points of gap, but 7 points of power. You got 13 points of I and 13 points of avoid K for Carl Taylor versus left-handed pitching. He is going to be much better against left-handed pitching. He's okay defensively at first base, does play a little bit of left field and right field, and with a 51 range and a 64 arm, 48 left field, 46 right field rating. Those are two positions that, maybe. He's number 1 in weighted on base average among first basemen. Doesn't really run. Number 1 in OPS among first basemen, number 1 in on-base percentage, and number 1 in batting average. Let's find out where Spezio is, as Carl Taylor comes in at number 1 over this week. All-time, he ranks number 6, so 321 weighted on base average all-time with a 265 average all-time. Low to mid-teens and home runs is what you're going to get out of Carl Taylor. Not a ton of power, but you're going to get okay defense, multiple positions. He's going to hit well against left-handed pitching. So what tournament? So next week is not going to be an actual tournament. I'll talk about that a little bit later more, but it's going to be more of a look at what we can expect over the course of Out of the Park 22 from my stream, and we're going to try to figure out exactly what we're going to do over the course of the year for Out of the Park 22, because I don't have a clue what the tournament structure looks like just yet. I don't have any idea what we're going to see, and so I think we're going to maybe get into some tournaments, maybe actively build some teams for maybe some lower level quick tournaments like an iron or a bronze or whatever's out there. And then we'll go from there. And then the week after that is when we'll start doing stats again. So next week, that's kind of what you can expect for next week. Let's find Spezio, because he's the number 1 most used. Excel just froze. Give it a second. It'll catch up. The spreadsheet's enormous at this point. Here we go. Matty Alou at 10. We got Spezio at number 11. So he was 10th in weighted on base average, has a little bit of steals, 1.75 steals. 10th in average, 7th in on base percentage, 10th in defense. He does split a little bit versus righties and has a little bit of running. He's the most used first baseman, which surprises me a little bit. But then you notice he's a switch hitter. So it surprises me a little bit less. He does hit against both, so you don't have to platoon him, which is nice. He's one of the very few first basemen who's a switch hitter. I think, though, that first base is one of those positions that you can definitely run a straight platoon and get a little bit more out of your players than running a switch hitter just because he's a switch hitter. I like Spezio. I don't think he's a bad option. He's definitely there in the top 10 of choices. I'm really surprised to see him have twice as many plate appearances as the next best guy, who is Keith Hernandez. I think that a platoon of some of those other guys can get you a lot of offense at first base. I know that he's a switch hitter. I know that he doesn't have much of a split here, and so he can play against both guys. I just think first base is a position you can coax quite a bit of offense out of. And so I've run Spezio in the past. I don't know if he's running on the team right now. I've made some changes to it. I don't know that I run him after looking at the list. I think I really look at a platoon here at first base. Careful, cat. If you mess with my camera, I swear to God, we're going to have issues. What are you doing? Get off of my camera. The camera moved. It's not on the monitor anymore. And now the cat can get to it easier. That was a bad idea. You're going to have to leave the room, aren't you? Careful. I'm watching you. I'm watching you. Yeah, Hernandez hasn't been around a long. Maybe the cat is against platoons? Perhaps. All right, you're good. As long as that's all you do, we're going to be okay. All right. All right, second baseman. Again, keep in mind, we're looking at offense, right? So we'll talk about defense as we go through here, but we are looking at offense. We had 13 qualifying second basemen, so it'll look a little bit different than maybe in the past. So Dave Stapleton comes in at number 10. Decent, not great defensive second baseman, plays a little bit of backup first base. Heavy splits versus lefties. He's your 8th most used all time, 9th in this period, 268 weighted on base average. What do you got now? I don't think the sound's off. Did I turn it off? It looks like it's still working. I don't know. Let me know if anybody else is having issues with sound. Okay, cool. Versus lefties, he's got heavy splits. So he's really a platoon guy. He's going to play versus lefties. I think that's why you're not seeing too much here. And I really think that if you're going to platoon a guy at second base, I want him to be just a little bit better than this. I think 8th most used is right about where I would place Dave Stapleton. There was a time where I really thought he was going to be really good. And against lefties, he is pretty good. You can see here all time, he's got a 320 weighted on base average, which is just a ludicrous number for a second baseman. But the defense is pretty bad. And so did you hit mute on your thing? But I don't think it's on my end, Fred. Let's see, 2.5 WAR. This week it was a negative 0.48 WAR, which was last. So really struggled defensively at second base this week. I can see Stapleton as potentially a designated hitter versus lefties, but I don't know that that's something that's going to play up as a designated hitter versus lefties. He does have solid left versus lefties numbers. The eye is a little scary, but the avoid K helps to fix that just a little bit with the solid contact and gap as well. So Stapleton comes in at number 10. At number 9 at second base is Tony Cuccinello. Not even on the list. 1,485 plate appearances all time with a 292 weighted on base average. This week it was a 275 weighted on base average over 385 plate appearances. Doesn't run too much. No steals. Just under 10 home runs per 600, which gives him, that seems like a really high number for a guy with, a 19 power versus righties and a 24 versus lefties. But, I'm at the whims of the stats. 72 range with a 79 second base rating and a 75 turn double play is okay, but again, he's going to be definitely in that bottom half defensively at second base. Cuccinello comes in at number 9. I don't see a use for this card right now at this level. I just don't think it's good enough defensively to have what is admittedly very small splits here, although I and avoid K are pretty big with 12 points of I, 6 points of avoid K for Cuccinello, but he's I don't see a use for him, and neither does anybody else. Had a good week this week, but I don't think he plays up at this level. At number 8 is Breivik Valera. Here's an interesting card. Valera plays second base, third base, shortstop, left field, and right field. This is your live 2020 Breivik Valera. He has a little bit of a split versus lefties, so you got 9 points of contact, 4 points of gap, 6 points of power, 1 point of I, and 9 points of avoid K. So he is a switch hitter. He does have some splits versus lefties. He's got a little bit of sack bunt, a little bit of speed, perhaps a solid utility backup. All time, he's got a 289 weighted on base average. This week it was 273, which puts him 8th among qualifying second basemen this week. Home runs at 7.82 puts him 5th. A little bit of speed, puts him fourth, but you're going to see the guys who do have speed are just a little bit more valuable there than he is at second base. A 282 weighted on base average, just kind of mediocre, but he can play a whole bunch of different positions. So if you're looking for a true super sub backup, I think that you can do worse than Valera. He can play backup second base, backup third base, backup shortstop. With a 60 range and a 53 error, you can get away with him every few days in left field or right field, I think. Obviously, at that point, you can run a platoon in center field and a platoon at first base and a platoon at catcher. Like straight platoons there, and get a little bit more offense out of those positions if you want from a strategy standpoint. So, but he comes in at number 8 among second basemen. I have a feeling we're going to see his name again at some point. Scott Fletcher comes in at number 7. Very good defensive second baseman, 91 range, 89 arm, 92 double plays, 99 rating at second base. Puts him third among all the qualifiers, 22 of them all time at second base. In batting average, he is 5th. In weighted on base average, he is 6th. In steals, he is 5th at 8.5. A 278 weighted on base average this week. A 273 weighted on base average all time. Defensively, he's pretty good, though. You know what? I think I did take defense out of my all-time rank, so I apologize for that. Third defensively at second baseman. 52 contact, so -4 points of contact versus righties, but a positive gap. Loses a little bit of power, gains a little bit of eye, loses a little bit of avoid Ks. He's one of those kind of mixed bag splits versus right-handed pitching. And you're trying to change where your drops go. How do you do this? You would have to contact somebody from Out of the Park Developments on Discord, and they may be able to point you in that direction for you to switch where it goes to. So I'm not sure exactly how to do that, because I know you had to fill out the form to get it to work for the initial drops. Does split versus lefties, so maybe if you can get a platoon at second base, you want to hit him a little bit versus lefties, but he is pretty good defensively at second base. Number 1 most used all time, and currently is Scott Fletcher. Okay offense, very good defense. Number 6 is Kazmatsuya, another very good defensive player. Number 1 ranking all time defensively. Offensively, he was actually slightly worse than Fletcher this week. 273 weighted on base average. All time, though, you're looking at a 257 weighted on base average. So all time, Fletcher is obviously looking a little bit better than Matsui. Get away from my water cup. You are very curious and kind of being weird today. The kids are gone right now, so he has nobody else to bother besides me. Another guy who you got 1 point of, he is a switch hitter. Keep that in mind for Matsui. You got a little bit of eye versus lefties, a little bit of avoid Ks versus lefties. He's going to be just a little bit better versus lefties. He does have some speed. So even though he's got a pretty low weighted on base average all time, if he's getting on base, he's going to be a pretty good player on the base paths. You can see he's the 3rd most used second baseman all time, and I think that's about where I would expect him to be. I think that all kind of 3 or 4 of these guys are pretty solid options. Fletcher was a really was a high option on the David Fletcher was an option, but we're going to talk about him because I think we're going to see him here in the top 5 as well. At number 5 is Wally Backman. So he's definitely a step down defensively, but he's still a pretty solid designated hitter at this point too, especially if you're looking for a designated hitter who can get on base and have some pretty good speed to go along with it as well. Not going to hit you any home runs. He's not going to play great defense at second base if that's where you're playing him, but in weighted on base average, he's at 287. 268 batting average is a solid 40 points above league average. To go along with pretty good speed, 10 steals per 600 for Wally Backman. Still getting used quite a bit as a designated hitter, I think. People don't usually change it to designated hitter. And so that is Wally Backman for you at second base. Number 4 is David Fletcher. This is a guy who is a really solid option as a utility infielder. 79 rating at second base, 61 at third base, 62 at shortstop for David Fletcher, coming through in over the last few weeks with a 303 weighted on base average. Ranks number 4. Number 7 all time among second basemen. Plays mediocre at best defense at second base. Will give you a home run here and there, but not a ton. And he gives you Solid WAR, just under 3 per 600 plate appearances. David Fletcher is a solid option as a backup. He can play second base, third base, shortstop for you, and maybe even left field if you're feeling a little adventurous out there in left field. And then, you know, free up those other positions like a first base where you can run a straight platoon and get those really, really good hitters in there while still playing decent defense as a backup. Fletcher at number 4. Number 3 is Delino De Shields. He's your 6th most used all time and 6th most used in this period. 289 weighted on base average for him. 273 all time for De Shields. Puts him 15th all time. Plays okay defense. Again, I think that everybody else, I think the other guys are probably, if you're looking to run a platoon and have them against just righties, he doesn't really have a platoon split either, which is one thing that might make people like him a little bit more, is that other than the 10 points a gap here, that's actually a reverse split. Everything else is within 3 points, and so it's not a huge kind of splits here for Delino De Shields. He can play a little bit versus both. He's an elite base runner, so 30 steals per 600, and plays okay defense, mediocre defense at second base. He comes in at number 4 in weighted on base average, but again, 19th all time in weighted on base average is pretty low. So, but the steals and the on base percentage give him some value. He'll walk; it's very walk heavy on base percentage for him. And so that's kind of what you're looking at, is a mediocre walk-driven on-base percentage from De Shields that's going to give you some base running at second base. That doesn't have much of a split. So he comes in at number 3. Number 2 is Del Pratt. Surprised to see him this high on the list. 318 weighted on base average, 294 all-time though. So you can see he played up a little bit this week. 11th rank all-time. The defense just isn't there. The avoid Ks is great. The no splits is pretty good. Everything's within 2 or 3 points of each other here for the splits. Even though he's a right-handed hitter, the defense just doesn't play up, and he doesn't provide any base running either. Is going to put the ball in play, 3rd best at avoiding strikeouts, and has a little bit of power to go along with it. I just think, maybe, I don't know, a 294 weighted on base average is pretty solid. And a 318 is pretty solid too. I don't know, maybe an option as a designated hitter. I don't know that there's quite enough offensive productivity there to really be an option as a designated hitter. I don't necessarily like him starting at second base. But the bat looks okay. I mean, he's going to be a better bat than a lot of the other guys on this list. So he comes in at number 2. He's the equivalent of Skybolt in historical packs. Gotcha. Yeah, he's all over the place. And number 1, Jim Gilliam comes in at number 1. What? Okay, let's take a look at this. Very good looking bat versus left-handed pitching. 78-83 contact and gap. Little bit of power. 51 with a 108 avoid Ks. He's a switch hitter with gigantic splits. Not a very good switch hitter is what we're going to say there. Defensively, I don't think I could live with this at second base. Maybe at third base, but still, I don't love the arm. The 41 arm from third base is a little bit scary. I don't love it. A 325 weighted on base average, though, and a 316 all-time puts him at number 3. And so you got a 100 face of the franchise maze out of a Twitch drop pack. Bombers, goodness gracious. Go play the lottery, man. Congratulations on that one. And so Gilliam, let's see. You're trying Gilliam at DH right now, or you're trying Pratt at DH right now? These are solid looking numbers versus left-handed pitching for a designated hitter with some speed to go along with it. That's you can get some offensive production out of that. Again, I don't love him at second base. I think second base is a little bit too important of a defensive position for me to run him there. But interesting looking designated hitter card. Jim Gilliam, second baseman. Third base, there's David Fletcher, plays everywhere. I don't think we need to hit on him too much more. Again, and the lack of splits on him is just awesome. I love him as a utility infielder, David Fletcher. Martine Prado at number 9. Here's another guy that can get a little bit of play as a utility infielder. Better versus lefties, obviously. Has pretty big splits versus lefties. He's 5th all-time in weighted on base average. This period it was 9th at 302 for Prado. 46 second base rating, 44 third base rating with 86 range, 84 arm, 84 double play, 65 error. This will play at third base. This is not bad at third base, which is what we're talking about right now. In the outfield, we may see him pop up as a left fielder, 57 range, 60 arm, 45 error, 65 left field rating, 86 range, 80 shortstop rating. Not bad for a backup shortstop, you know. Super sub, utility guy. Hits pretty well. You got 10 home runs per 600 all time among third basemen. That's kind of bottom half, but you know, as a guy playing backup second base, backup shortstop, backup left field, that's not awful. The on-base percentage of 317. You know, had a little bit of a down week this week, but all time, I like this card. This is such a fun card. They can play just about anywhere. Obviously, the splits versus lefties are a concern in the format right now. You're going to want to try to hide them a little bit versus right-handed pitching, but for sure, especially this is one of those cards that's kind of an active manager's dream, where anytime you got left-handed pitching going against you, you can plug him in and play him wherever you want, 7-day lineups and whatnot. But you know, you definitely want to kind of hide him a little bit versus righties, but he's going to mash against lefties. Prado comes in at number 9 at third base. Number 8 is Buck Weaver, your second most used third baseman, so pretty good defensively. He ranks 9th, but I think he's probably actually slightly better than that. Big splits versus righties. He's a switch hitter, which is why you're seeing him at number 2, but he does another one of those switch hitters who has some pretty big splits. Luckily for us, his splits err on the side of this format at this point, unlike the last guy we saw who was all left-handed splits. Weaver is a 79 gap versus righties, a 58 power. The eye is terrible, but an 86 avoid Ks makes up for it a little bit. You know, the on-base percentage is going to be low. It's a very batting average. Only 10 points of split between his on-base percentage and his batting average. 6 walks per 600 plate appearances. I feel like I could pull that off. Like if you throw me into like a double-A stadium or something like that against double-A pitching, I feel like I could accidentally get 6 walks per 600 plate appearances just by standing there and not swinging the bat. That's really low. That is not a lot of walks. Does have a little bit of speed, which is not something too many of these third basemen have, and plays okay defense at third base. He's the second most used because he's a switch hitter, I think, is really why you're seeing him get used so much. I don't necessarily love him. I don't love Buck Weaver at third base. Let's see who's ahead of him. We've got Cesar Tovar. He's your most used third baseman right now. That range and that arm with the third base rating is going to make him a heavy third baseman. But what you're seeing here is a guy that gets used everywhere. This is another one of those guys in this format. He showed up halfway through, 2/3 of the way through or so. He's not he wasn't here at the start, and he can play anywhere, and he can do it without being terrible, except maybe at shortstop. He'd be pretty bad at shortstop, I think. But the 71 range, 79 arm at second and third base with the 41 error, you know, I'm not gonna fret throwing that out there every day. The 90 avoid Ks versus righties. Hey buddy, what are you doing? Crazy? You're being insane today. I'm going to have to lock you out pretty soon. 64 contact, 64 gap versus righties, 90 avoid Ks, 88 speed, 85 steal, so he'll run for you just a little bit too. You know, top 10 among third basemen in home run, although he's 21st all-time among third basemen, so you're looking at 13, ranks 10th all-time. But again, this is just, if you don't like those other super subs because they only play like all the infield positions in left field, if you're really looking for a guy who can play everywhere as your substitute, Tovar is kind of the guy, and he does a lot of things pretty well too. So that's why you're seeing so many plate appearances, and he's listed as a third baseman, so that's why these all show up as third baseman, is because as a sub, people aren't gonna move him around. What are you doing? You're killing me today. You're killing me. You're making me look unprofessional, for real. Not that I do a very good job of that myself. You're not jumping up there. That will put a stop to. Okay, there you go. Yeah, sit down. Lay down. Number 6 is Ryan Roberts. He is a 315 weighted on base average this time, 306 all-time, ranked number 8th. Roberts was my number 1 guy for a while. You know, the splits versus lefties hurt just a little bit now. He plays okay defense. He's a guy that plays pretty decent defense at third base and hits a lot of home runs. Number 3 in home runs at 27. Number 1 this week in home runs, almost 30 home runs per 600. Need more sunbeams for him to lay in. Yeah, I got to be careful with that because I got the cards up now, so I don't really want the UV all over the place in here either at this point. 8th in weighted on base average all time. He's a guy that just kind of used to mash. I think that he's not quite as good right now just because the format's so right-handed heavy. He comes in at number 6. At number 5, Cecil Travis comes in at number 5. Interesting. Only 598 plate appearances, so he just barely qualified. But number 1 in batting average, number 1 in on-base percentage, number 5 in weighted on-base average. Not any power, and not going to run. Man, he clogs the bases and doesn't have much power. Plays okay, not great defense at third base. Probably below average defense at third base is what I would say. But he's going to get on base. These are solid splits versus righties. He's a left-handed hitter, but very, very specialized. It's going to be doubles and putting the ball in play and not play great defense and not run very well. So I'd like for these are really solid numbers versus right-handed pitching, but I'd really like for him to be a little bit better at something else before I start thinking Cecil Travis plays. He's going to put up solid numbers. And again, it was a huge week this week for him. But just 14th all-time in weighted on-base average. So we'll stay away from Cecil Travis at this point. Just a solid week. There's Jim Gilliam again here at third base as well. We talked about him before. We'll see. Let me know how he plays as a DH if you get any play in while we're on stream. So let us know. I'm not doing data this week. I'm taking a week off from downloading data this week to get ready to go for next week and refresh myself. So you guys won't see the decimals or the decimals too in any tournaments for this week, except for the silver snapshots on Thursday. It's still my favorite. At number 3, we got Vlad Guerrero Jr. Not going to be a very good third baseman. 50 range, 73 arm, a 47 rating at third base. 329 weighted on base average though. 13 home runs per 600, 276. This is the 2019 rookie sensation, Vlad Guerrero Jr. 335 on base percentage. Number 1 on base percentage all time among third basemen. Defense is going to be kind of middle of the pack. It's not going to be great. The splits versus righties, you got 11 points of gap, 3 points of power. The I and avoid Ks actually split versus lefties. So it's an interesting mix there. If you can hide him and play him versus lefties, I think he'd be pretty good. Number 1 in WAR per 600 all time for Vlad Guerrero Jr. over there at third base. Number 2 is Harvey Keen. He's a left fielder as well, left fielder by trade. Not great defensively at third base by any stretch of the imagination. He continues to be an interesting designated hitter option, especially against left-handed pitching. I don't love him at third base. If I'm going to play him, I'm going to try to hide him in left field probably. I know his ratings in left field aren't great either, but if he has to play defense for me, I'm probably going to put him in left field. That just, the 42 range with the 47 error and a 33 third base rating just doesn't really play for me at third base. Really solid bat against left-handed pitching. He's going to be really good. Second in weighted on base average among third basemen, just under 20 home runs, puts him at 17 among third basemen. So that is Harvey Keen at number 2. And at number 1 at third base, Eddie Kazakh comes in at number 1. I love not seeing Frankie Gustine on this list. We have history. 353 weighted on base average this week is ridiculous. Second in home runs per 600, 22.7 home runs per 600 plate appearances for Kazakh over this week, which is a little above his all-time, but still number 2. A 320 weighted on base average. Defensively, a 47 range with a 33 third base rating. I think Kazakh's better as a designated hitter. Let's see if we can find Gustine. Heavy splits versus lefties for Kazakh too here at the bronze level. Let's see if we can find Frankie Gustine. Moriarty comes in at number 11. He's an interesting guy because he runs, which is something not a ton of these third basemen do, but everything else is kind of meh for Moriarty. Gustine at number 12. What does he do? 12th in weighted on base average all time. He's 9th with a 303. Top 10 among third basemen in home run all time. Mid-teens. Batting average at 13th, on base percentage at 11th, slugging at 8th. Again, lefty splits for Gustin. When I first started doing these lists, we had some pretty hot debates between Gustin and Ryan Roberts at third base. I was always kind of a Ryan Roberts guy, and the community was kind of a Frankie Gustin guy. And I was like, I like Ryan Roberts. Roberts worked out well for me back then, and I think that it's still kind of up in the air. I don't think there's a third baseman at this point in bronze still that I'm like, you should really be using this guy. Even the guys that get used a lot, the Weaver has his warts. The Tovar is really great as a utility guy, but I don't necessarily think he sticks as a starting third baseman. Gustin's going to be okay defensively and be pretty good against lefties and be okay versus righties. Same thing with like Ryan Roberts. I'm not sold on Ryan Roberts anymore either. Oberkfell, let's see if we can find Ken Oberkfell. Here he is at number 13. I have seen Oberkfell put up some stupid on-base percentage numbers and stupid batting. What's up, Cavacom? Good to see you. 1,605 plate appearances for Gilliam, 262, 318, 507, which is a bit below his overall numbers. Those are not bad numbers here in bronze, though. And so Oberkfell comes in at number 13, but he's the kind of guy, he plays pretty good defense at third base, has a little bit of base running ability, and if you get against a team that has like all right-handed pitching, I have seen Ken Oberkfell, I've seen him put up 400 plus batting averages, 450 plus batting averages in entire tournaments. I've seen him do some really silly things. It's not consistent. He's a little bit inconsistent, but I do like this Oberkfell card. Let's move on to shortstops and burn through them really quickly since, Ozzie Smith. We had 6 qualifying shortstops. One of them was Alvin Dark. He's not going to be your starting shortstop, and he only plays shortstop. So could he be your backup? Probably not. A 261 weighted on base average for him, but a 306 all-time puts him at number 2 offensively all-time among shortstops. A little bit of power, a little bit of speed, number 1 in batting average, really pretty bad defense for the shortstop position. Shortstop is weird. You see some weird zone rating numbers at shortstop because everything gets thrown off by one guy. Uribe is a guy who can hit, a guy who can play second base, third base, and shortstop. If you're looking for a guy that if you're willing to throw away defense on the days Juan Uribe plays, he can play, honestly, he plays okay at third base. It's not terrible ratings at third base. The arm's kind of at third base, but I don't love him at shortstop. I still don't love him as a utility playing shortstop. It's just, he's going to hurt you a lot. But he's going to be a power hitter. He's going to hit a lot of home runs, and that's about all he's going to do. Number 1 among shortstops with 21 home runs. But again, there's only one guy who plays shortstop too much. Louis Guillaume plays a little bit of second base, third base, and shortstop. This is your live Louis Guillaume. A little bit of splits versus right-handed pitching here. He's a left-handed batter, so useful in this format. Can steal, can run bases even if he's not very fast. A little bit of sack bunt. He's another guy that's kind of maybe an interesting option as a utility infielder. Really solid utility infielder numbers at both second base and shortstop. Offensively, you're going to see a 267 to 280 weighted on base average. A home run here and there. Decent, not great batting average, slightly below league average batting average. The on-base percentage is going to be pretty good, though. It's a solid eye with a good contact and a decent avoid Ks. You'll see some okay on-base percentage from him, even if the batting average is a little bit low. And Guillaume can play a second base, third base, shortstop for you, too, if you want. At number 3, yeah, he comes in at number 3 just because he's really not great offensively, but there's not a silver or lower shortstop that matches up with Ozzie Smith. He's so good defensively that he's broken. He gets used in silver. He's one of the more, he's not the most used in silver, I don't think, but he is right up there in the top 3 or 4 guys getting used in silver. His defense is that good. Add that to a decent, not great on-base percentage with really good base running skills. Ozzie Smith is the guy at shortstop. I don't really think we even need to. That's why I kind of breeze through everybody else. And Ozzie Smith comes in at number 3, but is kind of the must-use at shortstop. Let's see who the other guys are. Martine Prado, there's your potential backup at shortstop. Does grade out 5th at shortstop, but again, it's hard to tell what's going on with that. Ratings wise, he looks to be, right around there, probably right around number 5 at shortstop. Offensively, he's going to be pretty good. I like Prado as a backup at all of these positions, especially since we'll get to right field. And right field's a position that you can definitely get a good platoon going on at. Number 1, Andre Jimenez comes in at number 1. Number 2, and weighted on base average, and you add the almost 30 steals per 600 in there, and it sets him a little bit apart offensively. The problem with Jimenez is that the second base and shortstop ratings just aren't good enough. I don't know that I play him very much. I don't know that I'm super interested. It's a pretty small sample size for Jimenez. Shortstop is Ozzie Smith. What are we up for? We're up for an hour. Let's take a quick break, shall we? And we'll hit the outfielders and the pitchers. We'll take a quick break after that. And then we'll open packs and talk about what's going to happen next week and as we go along. It's going to be a lot of packs today at the end of the stream. So thanks for hanging out with me today, guys. And I'll be back in just a moment. I'm going to go refill my coffee cup and my water cup real quick. And then I'll be right back. All right. Let's get through this. What did I miss? I hope they send the beta soon. I'm hoping to have it by the end of the stream. Laurie, it's kept you from refresh. I'm glad to hear I'm keeping you from refreshing your email. And Sibert at work for another 6 hours, so couldn't mess with it. Gives a lot of great detail over there. Awesome. Yeah, I'm pretty excited for today's launch. And we're going to get into the left fielders. Tomorrow is going to be fun. I'm excited for tomorrow, which is where I'm really going to dive into it. Nemo Leibold comes in at number 10. He is your 7th most used all time, 8th most used over this period for Leibold. Plays a little bit of left field, a little bit of right field, 49 range, 65 arm, 26 error. He's pretty solid splits versus right, 75 contact, 63 gap, 86 eye, 59 avoid Ks. And so 4th in on-base percentage, 9th in weighted on-base average this period. All-time, he's got a 311 weighted on-base average, which is 9th. Doesn't hit too many home runs, but number 1 among left fielders, in on-base percentage all-time at 345. And the 345 on-base percentage might be the highest in the format. I'm not sure who's number 1 in that. We can find out. Maybe I'll play around with the spreadsheet here in a little bit and find out. A 260 average, solid eye. You know, he's going to be on base. He's going to run a little bit. He's not going to clog your base paths, but he's not necessarily an elite base runner either. But he's going to be on base all the time. Defensively, mediocre in left field. Up next at number 9 is Martine Prado. We talked about him a lot so far. I love him here as a utility backup kind of outfielder, shortstop, second base, third base. Among left fielders, he's 8th all time and 316 weighted on base average is 6th. Add a little bit of steals to go along with that and some solid on base percentage from Martine Prado at 317. And you're looking at a better than league average 263 batting average as well. Prado can play all of those positions for you, and he's a really, really solid backup option utility guy. Number 8 is Ethan Allen. Some splits versus lefties here. Gap split versus righties. The I is 7 points versus lefties, but the avoid K is 13 points versus lefties, which is enough for me to say I think you need to hide him and play him versus lefties, which he can do okay against lefties. Perfect team will reset on Friday. People get in the beta 3 days early. No, yeah, so it's going to reset. I'm not going to tell you how to set up your teams, but if you set your team up, I will be setting one team up on Friday is what I will say, because I need to start getting data as soon as possible on tournaments. But I will probably wait till Monday for the rest of my teams as well. Allen had 1,100 plate appearances. He was your 7th most used this period and your 5th most used all time for him. Again, the lefty splits reduce his ability to play and be really, really good in this format, but he plays left field, center field, and right field. Would I play him as a utility backup outfielder at all 3 of those positions? Maybe, maybe not. Depends on who I'm running in left field and right field. If I have really bad left fielders and right fielders, you can probably expect to let up a lot of runs on the days that Ethan Allen plays center field. But offensively, 304 weighted on base average, 305 all time, which has him 12th among left fielders. At number 7 is Vince Coleman, who's your number 1 most used. He comes in at number 7, guys, because he just isn't that great at getting on base. 307 on base percentage is slightly above league average. The 303 all time puts him 7th among left fielders. The weighted on base average isn't great. 277 is 18th. 278 over this period is 11th out of 12. Slugging percentage, he's not going to hit home runs at all. He doesn't really walk enough to make that low batting average super viable. His batting average is below league average. However, he plays good defense. He's the best defensive left fielder here in bronze. And he's the best base runner here at bronze too. The only guy who really compares to him is Cedeno. And Coleman is even just a little bit better than Cedeno. However, I would argue that Cedeno is a much better bat than Vince Coleman. So that's my feelings on Vince Coleman. I don't love Vince Coleman as much as the community does. I know that the majority, like almost twice as many as the next highest used player here in left field, and I don't love him quite that much. Don't take that as me saying he's unusable. If he fits on your team, then great. But if you're you're gonna have to get offense somewhere, and base running isn't usually going to score runs. He's not going to steal home often enough to make that worthwhile. And so I really think that you can coax left field is a position that you can coax some offense out of. That said, if you're running a guy like Ethan Allen in backup center field, you're going to want a guy like Vince Coleman in left field all the days he is. So those are my thoughts on him. We'll see who I like better. Let's look at the best. I haven't had a lot of success with Coleman, though. I will say that. I haven't had very good batting average success with him. I haven't had very good on-base percentage success with him. He's a very streaky kind of player. That said, it is one of those cards where if he happens to be on, and if he happens to have one of those really crazy tournaments, he can single-handedly win you tournaments based off of what you're seeing. Not as much as Cedeno. I really think Cedeno is the kind of the better card than Coleman out of the two kind of bat first on base percentage guys. I think the Cedeno card is just awesome. Lou Piniella is a guy who splits a little bit versus left-handed pitching. Not a ton, although the 14 points of power is pretty big. And he came in 6th this week. 311 weighted on base average. A little bit of base running, but I wouldn't. No, it's not. He's going to be set to not steal for me. Decent range, decent arm, decent error. He's the 3rd most used left fielder. Good defense to go along with a pretty solid bat for Lou Piniella. His bat grade's 13th all time, but does hit some home runs. Pretty decent slugging, top 7 in slugging all time. 304 weighted on base average for Piniella. Has him at number 6. Well, the 311 this week has him at number 6. Let's see. Did adjust the league start so we can get all. Yeah, it's. But I totally get it too. I will start a season, and I'll start again one team on Friday. The minute we get to start. Cuckoo Christensen comes in at number 5. A 309 weighted on base average this week is a good 15 points higher than his all-time weighted on base average. 2nd in batting average, 2nd in on base percentage this week at 298 and 334. All time, you're looking at a 265, 325. Both of those are still significantly better than league average. Does have heavy splits versus right-handed pitching. Almost needs to be platooned. Very, very close to needing to be a platoon guy. Almost unplayable versus left-handed pitching, in my opinion. Just because the low contact with the low ion avoid K is a little bit off-putting. A 51-58 and an ion avoid K is, I really need one of those to be just a little bit higher than they are for him to be really viable versus lefties. I think he's going to get shut down pretty hardcore versus left-handed pitching. The outfield range in left field, right field is 46. It's okay. I wouldn't play him as a backup center fielder or even think about it. But if you're looking for an on-base percentage guy, Christensen's pretty good at it, especially against right-handed pitching. At number 4, we have Harvey Keen, who's your 2nd most used left fielder. Again, splits versus lefties, so maybe as a Vince Coleman platoon, if you're running Coleman out there. Coleman with the very ever so slight versus righties contact split. But overall, Coleman does split a little bit versus lefties, so it makes a platoon with Harvey Keen a little bit more difficult. Again, Keen does play 3rd base and right field as well. The arm is really scary to me in right field. That 46 outfield arm in right field is pretty scary as a right fielder. But I think there are worse ideas than playing Harvey Keen as a utility guy at 3rd base, left field, and right field, and then finding somebody to play 2nd base, shortstop. I just think there's guys who are so much better suited as a utility player than Keen that you really have to pick a position for him. And really, the splits versus lefties have made him a little bit less viable at this point in the format. He is the 2nd most used. It's funny, I talk about number 1 and number 2 most used, and I just don't know. I'm not sold on either of them as being the most used as much as they are here in left field. At number 3 is Cedeno. I really like this card. The 79 contact, 65 gap to go along with a decent eye, good avoid Ks, and that speed, the base running, in the bunt for a hit for Cedeno. Defensively, obviously, Coleman is better than him in left field. If we look at Coleman again, sorry, I know I'm going back and forth. Coleman only plays left field. We'll talk more about Cedeno in right field because I don't love him in left field. I like him a lot better in right field. It's the arm that helps. And again, you have Coleman. You have some better defensive options in left field that have not a comparable bat to Cedeno. I think he's one of the best bats in the format, but that you can get more out of in left field than Cedeno. So we'll talk about him when we get to right field. Is that no? It's a Datacorn shirt. I don't know how high I can get it on the screen, but there you go. It's my Datacorn shirt. It is not an Angered Unicorn shirt. I have not done merch yet. I don't think I'm popular enough to do merch. Dominic Brown comes in at number 2. What can I say about this card? It's a terrible defensive card. However, I'm not sure it doesn't play as a designated hitter. 61 contact, 53 gap, 87 power with 47 iron, 54 avoid Ks versus righties. Number 1 in slugging this week, number 2 in weighted on base average. For him, 818 OPS puts him at number 2 among left fielders. 33 home runs puts him at number 2 among left fielders all time. It's a little bit below that. He's 293, so he was 60 points above his all-time weighted on base average this week, which leads me to believe it was an aberration. The numbers, I mean, the ratings are good, not great, and the split is huge. He's got to play against only right-handed pitching. I just don't love him as a starting left fielder. The defense is terrible. Can he play as a designated hitter versus right-handed pitching? Maybe. You know, he doesn't walk a ton. He strikes out quite a bit. The home runs are for real. He does hit a lot of home runs, around 30 per 600 plate appearance. But everything else is just kind of everything else is just kind of not great to me. Just a really solid week for Dominic Brown. Dale Mitchell comes in at number 1. Let's talk about Dale Mitchell. He's your 3rd most used this time. He's your 8th most used all time. 80 contact, 65 gap, 26 power, 36 eye, 99 avoid Ks versus righties. We've seen some guys who have similar stuff to that have been successful. Huge splits though, 10 points at least in everything except for that power. 19 points of avoid Ks. Can a 70 contact, 52 gap, 80 avoid K guy with mediocre speed play against lefties? Probably not. I think Dale Mitchell would have to be platooned. Decent, not great, but decent enough ratings in left field. Dropped to 359 weighted on base average, which is ridiculous, and really, really, really high for Dale Mitchell. But all time dropping to 319, which is not bad either. Dale Mitchell comes in at number 1. So what does it come down to? Mitchell doesn't look terrible versus righties. I don't dislike that card too much. Cedeno plays in right field. So Coleman, we come down to Coleman, Keen, really Piniella. Prado is a backup. Liebold, perhaps. I'm not sold for or against any of these guys. I think if you were going to put a gun to my head and say, who are you putting in your bronze lineup at left field right now, I might actually go with, I don't know. It's just tough. Left field is so tough in this format. I might actually, you know what? I'm just gonna give Dale Mitchell a try. let's just make it easy and go Dale Mitchell. Give Dale Mitchell a try. Let's see if we can find Cromartie. He was 12th, so he dropped a 273 weighted on base average, right in line with his all-time, which is 271. He's a guy that plays a little bit of defense, second to Coleman in defense. I think that the Coleman speed makes Coleman a little bit more valuable than Cromartie, even though Cromartie has a little bit more power for sure. He won't walk at all. He's not going to walk really ever. Cromartie is an interesting card to me. Maybe as a platoon. I mean, he's better versus lefties, which is the same as Coleman. So Cromartie is like a slow Vince Coleman almost. Yeah, finding a good third baseman is tough. Left field is tough. It's really tough. I'm not going to say any of these guys are a bad option, but I don't know that any of them. I really don't think Vince Coleman is 30,000 plate appearances better than Harvey Keen, and 40,000 plate appearances better than Piniella. I think Piniella is a usable card. I think Allen's a usable card. Liebold's a usable card. Mitchell looks to be a usable card. Even Cuckoo Christensen doesn't look that bad. It's I want a little bit more production out of my left fielder than I think you get with Vince Coleman. But defensively, he's second to none. He's the best defensive card in left field. So if you're running a lot of fly ball pitchers, then I think Coleman becomes really, really viable. But I think any of these guys, for whatever you're trying to fill your lineup with, any of these guys can work. Center field, number 10 is Coco Crisp. Number 2, defensively, I love Coco Crisp. I love this card. I think he's still my center fielder. He's the 4th most used all time. His bat is not great. I know. The avoid Ks is okay. The eye is okay versus righties. The gap of 57, 48 contact. Not a lot of power. He's going to run number 2 in base stealing among center fielders. The defense is very good. 1 second, guys. Here. My daily pizza roll. from my wife. Always one extra. 100 range, 76 arm, 91 error with a 107 center field range. I love this card. I'm biased, obviously. He's a 2007 Boston Red Sox. You know, they were the World Series champion that season. And so offensively, he leaves a little bit to be desired. The worst this reporting period, pretty much the worst bat all time as well. 12th in weighted on base average, 12th in OPS, 12th in slugging, 13th in batting average out of 13 qualifying center fielders all time. So Coco is there. We like Coco, but I love him for his defense, but his bat is mediocre at best. I think there's probably better options. Kirby Puckett is pretty good defensively as well. He's another guy that's 100 range, 90 arm, 83 error, 107 center field rating, but another guy who's got a pretty bad bat here in center field as well, although looks slightly better than Coco Crisp. 65 contact plus 54 avoid Ks. Not as much speed. I actually like Coco a little bit better than I like Kirby Puckett, if I'm being totally honest. Just 778 plate appearances over this period for him. 5,166 plate appearances all time with a 254 weighted on base average is the worst among center fielders. These are your two defensive center fielders. Very, very good. There's probably one more, maybe two more on the list who are going to be comparable defensively, but those are really your two defensive guys. Kenny Lofton's not going to get used a lot because he's pretty mediocre at everything he does. He is number one in steals, so he's very good at steals among guys who who play center field. His range, his defense is mediocre at best. There's definitely 5 guys at least that are better than him defensively in center field, which I consider the second most important defensive position on the field. I think 1, 2, 3 in some order are probably shortstop, center field, and then second base or catcher, depending on what kind of team you're trying to run. For me, it's shortstop and center field are number 1 and number 2, pretty close to each other in importance. Lofton is okay. His 82 contact plus 72 avoid Ks versus righties is going to help, but it's not helping that much. All time, though, he has a 293 weighted on base average. It was pretty bad over this reported period at 255, but you're looking at a 3,300 plate appearance sample size all time, which is 293 weighted on base average with 270 average and a 315 on base percentage. I think you can justify using Kenny Lofton in center field. He is going to be slightly better offensively than the 3 or 4 really good defensive players. But what do you get out of him overall is a guy who's going to be on base and steal some bases for you. I don't think he's terrible, but I think there are better options too. Erstad comes in at number 7, another one of your defensive stalwarts in center field. Almost identical ratings to the other 2 guys. They're not exactly identical, but they're pretty close. He is weighted on base average is all time as 11th. Over this period, it was a 265, which was good for 7th. He comes in at number 7. A little bit of power, which is something not too many of these center fielders have. 8 home runs per 600 plate appearances. 10 steals. He'll give you some base running. He'll give you some slugging and play pretty good defense for you too. The defensive players in some order are Erstad, Coco, and Kirby Puckett at the top of the list here in center field. Erstad appears to have a slightly better bat than those other 2 guys, and so he's getting used a ton. Number 6 is Juan Pierre. Your 10th most used, but this week put up a 271 weighted on base average. But what's that? Juan Pierre all time has a 292 weighted on base average and 893 plate appearances. He could be okay versus lefties. A 79 contact with a 107 avoid Ks. He could be a okay weighted on base average guy. The defense isn't going to play in center field. He doesn't play anywhere else, and his bat's not good enough to be a designated hitter. So I don't love Juan Pierre. Number 6, and probably not really that high. Number 5 is your number 1 most used. Has been the number 1 most used really since the start of Perfect Team 21, Vic Davalilo. 89 range, 88 error, 85 center field rating. Clearly a second tier from Kirby Puckett, Coco Crisp, and Darren Erstad. Davalilo, however, has a little bit of a bat, 285, 286 weighted on base average. Little bit of power, 7, almost 8 home runs per 600 plate appearances. He's got this stealing. He's not a good base runner, but he does steal bases, so 16 steals per 600 plate appearances. Fifth among center fielders in average on base percentage, slugging, OPS, and weighted on base average this period. All time, fifth in average, seventh in on base percentage. And then you've got the slugging, OPS, and weighted on base average between 6th and 8th. So he's a really good, well-rounded player. He's going to give you a little bit of offense, a little bit of defense, and a little bit of base running for Davalilo. And I think that's kind of why he is number 1. Is he 30,000 plate appearances better than number 3? Well, than Matty Alou in center field for sure. But better than Coco Crisp? I don't know. I think that Coco Crisp has his uses. I think Erstad and Puckett both have their uses too. Davalilo will give you a pretty good combination of offense and defense though, and so I think that's why he gets used so much more than everybody else. Let's see. 90s baseball fan, you really wanted to like Lofton, just had too many errors. Good to know. Yeah, catcher's pretty important too, Mr. World. Glad you don't go based off of what I say for name pronunciation, strawberry jams. It is not always right. I feel the same way. Every Lofton card looks like it should be good, and some of them just don't. Most of them just don't play. The silver one, I wanted the silver one to be awesome, and it just didn't work out. Number 4 is Matty Alou. Don't play Matty Alou in center field. Let's skip him. Offensively, he's going to be pretty good, but play him in right field or at first base if you're going to play him. Number 3, Cuckoo Christensen again. I wouldn't play Cuckoo Christensen in center field either. The range and the combination of range and center field just isn't good enough for me. But he can play other places too, so keep that in mind. Maybe an interesting call as a utility backup, but even as a utility, again, I mentioned it when we saw him in left field. I don't love him in center field. I wish he had been parsed out somehow. That's something I got to work on, is figuring out how to parse guys a little bit better. Number 2, Cesar Tovar. What? 82 range, 71 center field rating. You're looking at like almost Kenny Lofton numbers there for Cesar Tovar. Where'd he go? 82 outfield range, 63 error, 48 arm. That's not completely unplayable in center field. Number 2 in weighted on base average at 309 this period. Number 3 in weighted on base average all time among center fielders. A little bit of home runs. We've talked about him a lot. I love this card as a super utility card. You get a good platoon going at catcher, a good platoon going at first base, and then he can play wherever you want, and then you can pick and choose where you want to platoon that fourth, maybe even designated hitter, and get 2 really, really awesome bats at designated hitter. This is a card that plays absolutely anywhere. And again, as every 5th or 6th day in center field, an 82 range isn't going to kill you with a 63 error. He's not going to kill you. I don't want him out there every day, I don't think. Your mileage may vary on that. I don't want him out there every day, but I do like this card. This is really the super utility backup. I think that Prado is probably going to be a little bit more effective at the positions that he's available at, which are second base, third base, shortstop, and left field. But I think the fact that Tovar can cover all of those positions, including center field and right field, makes this a super valuable card at the bronze level. And it's a pretty solid super utility card. Number 1 is Gabe Kapler. 81 range, 66 center field rating, 53 outfield error. If you don't like Cesar Tovar playing everywhere, Kapler, you can do worse than Kapler in a backup outfield utility role as well. Does have splits versus lefties, pretty significant splits versus lefties. So you're going to want to, he's kind of, again, that micromanager's dream where you can plug him in against left-handed pitching or have him be your backup center fielder versus left-handed pitching. Number 1 in weighted on base average all time. Doesn't really run. He's definitely lower on the list of base runners among the center fielders, so he loses a little bit of value there. But he does have power, almost 20 home runs per 600 plate appearances for him, and he plays mediocre, middle of the pack defense in center field. If you're running Vince Coleman in left field every day, I think Gabe Kapler becomes a little bit more viable in center field. Again, the splits versus lefties are a little bit scary, and it's one of those things where, like, if you have Prado running second base, third base, shortstop, left field, you can get that platoon going in center field, and you can get Kapler in there and protect him and throw him only against left-handed pitching for Gabe Kapler. So that's kind of getting a little bit into the weeds on team building and stuff like that. I do love Coco Crisp. Davalilo's great. I think Davalilo's pretty well-rounded. I think Erstad's pretty good defensively. You got the Erstad, Chris Puckett defensive guys, and you got the Davalilo, Lofton, Gabe Kapler kind of second tier of defensive center fielders there. And so really these are the positions where you can really start making your team work and getting a good team. Not chemistry, because chemistry isn't really the word I'm looking for, but it's kind of what I'm looking for. Mix, a good combination of players on your team. And Kapler's a guy who can hit versus lefties, so he's never played well for you. Slivered, sorry. Symbiosis, yeah, that's a good one. I like that word. Symbiosis on your team, players working together to make a good team, and that's where the Prado showing up and the Tovar showing up halfway through this cycle was kind of exciting for those of us who play bronze a lot. Right fielders, Jesus Alou comes in at number 10, 308 weighted on base average with some base running, some home runs, 14 home runs per 600. Okay defense in right field. He's going to be middle of the pack. You get a lot of right guys qualifying as right fielders because there's so many guys who have right field as their listing that play other positions, Mike Marshall, stuff like that. I don't send the emails out. I'm too busy. And it'll get there eventually. What I will say is I've been playing the game for 15 years, and they've been kind of doing the same thing for the last decade or so, and they don't all go out at the same time. It will be a rollout. So they'll send a batch of emails out, and then 10 minutes later they'll send another batch of emails out, and then 10 minutes later. So you probably won't get it right at noon, but it'll come. You'll get it sometime this afternoon. Hopefully early afternoon is when it'll come out. But it's the same thing they've been doing for years. So don't worry, you're gonna get your email at some point today. I promise. Jesus Alou, good versus lefties, better versus lefties than versus righties. I don't love him as a starting right fielder, and I think there are better options out there. I think if he played a little bit of left field, he becomes a little bit more viable, but just being good versus lefties hurts him a lot in this format right now. Number 9, Bake McBride, one of my favorite names and one of my favorite cards in the set. Up to almost 6,000 all-time plate appearances as a right fielder at this point for McBride. 77 range, 43 arm, 87 error, 74 rating in right field. So you got a good defensive card. Again, the right field defensive numbers are the weirdest because you get guys who are listed as right fielders playing first base that throw numbers off and stuff like that. So take all of the right field zone rating numbers with a grain of salt just because of the way I have to calculate them. Do we know if playing challenge mode in 21 will keep giving packs? I don't have an answer to that. It should. I don't see why it wouldn't, because 21 is still a real thing. So good versus righties, 70 contact, 78 gap, 49 power, 27 eye, 61 avoid Ks. I know the eye is really low, and it's really scary. The 61 avoid Ks offsets it a little bit. Is it enough to get him in the lineup? I don't know. I really want to love this card. I do like this card. I like the way that it looks, especially in this format. When it showed up, I was like, you mean you've got a card that can steal a little bit and has 70 contact and 78 gap with 61 avoid Ks against righties and actually plays defense in right field? There were so few defensive right field cards. I was like, I'm sold. I'm not as sold on him as I was when it first came out. It hasn't played as well as I had hoped. The weighted on base average is okay. The 310 or so weighted on base average, it's definitely a better bat. I think that the fact that it only plays right field and that it's just not quite productive enough on its own to be a designated hitter, it kind of reduces its value a little bit. I still like the card. I don't love it. I'm not going to tell you to put it in your lineup. Number 8 is Tommy Henrik. Really solid numbers versus righties. 52 contact, 68 gap, 76 power with a 59 I, 55 avoid Ks. So you're going to have a lower on-base percentage, a lower average, but he's going to give you a little bit of power is Tommy Henrich. This week it was a 323 weighted on-base average. It was up 20 points from his all-time. You can see he's 9th all-time. It was a smaller sample size this time at 822 for Henrich. 46 range, 74 arm is good, 87 error is good with a 56 rating in right field. Not unplayable defensively. And going to give you, somewhere between 25 and 30 home runs per 600 plate appearances. Not unplayable necessarily versus lefties, but pretty close. The contact I avoid Ks combination that are all mid 40s is pretty concerning, even though the gap looks really good. He's more of a platoon candidate than some of the other guys on the list. So, and I think there are guys who can play against both sides. Here in right field. Number 7 is Harvey Keen. We've talked about him so much. Definite heavy lefty splits. I like him better in left field than here in right field. The arm of 46 is not great for him. You can see he's not getting used a ton in right field. Just had enough plate appearances to qualify in right field. 5th in weighted on base average. Close to unplayable in right field. Not quite. He's kind of right on that border. The range plus the arm is bad enough that I would avoid playing him in right field, but not to the point where I'd say totally unplayable in right field, but pretty close. 325 weighted on base average all time. We've talked so much about Keen. Really, though, he's a left fielder or a third baseman is where you're going to want to put him. Cedeno comes in at number 6. Surprising. I'm surprised. Grades out number 1 all time, 315 weighted on base average, number 1 in net steals all time, 311 weighted on base average this period, which was good for 9th. Still 42 steals per 600 plate appearances, a 330 on base percentage, a 269 batting average. All of those numbers are well above league average. This might be one of the best bats in the format. People run him as a designated hitter. He's not unplayable in right field. The 52 arm is okay. The 67 error is okay. The range hurts a little bit. Can play left field, can play right field. A lot of people run him as DH to throw a right fielder out there. This is the card that when I picked it up, so I was packs only for a really long time putting my teams together. So for those of you who have been here for the long term with the stream, we had when we were opening packs, we had the card list, and this was the one that I wanted for a while. I wasn't sure exactly what it was going to give me, but I knew he was consistently performing really well in bronze tournaments. And he is the card. This is the card back in May that turned my bronze team from making it to the second round consistently, winning every now and then, to getting in the semifinals in like every tournament for a little while. We went on a run as soon as we got Roger Cedeno of like 2 weeks where it was like just win after win after win. This is the card that really turned my team around. It's a really, really solid card. He does come in at number 6 here, but it's still a pretty spectacular card overall. And number 5 is Andy Van Slyke. I like Van Slyke. I've always wanted this card to be better than it is. Good base running ability. All of the ratings versus righties look okay. Not great. Nothing's great. And that's kind of where you run into the issues, is there's nothing he does great. It's all kind of mediocre, right? The 93 error is about the one thing you can say he does great, and maybe the 94 base running. 56 range in right field, 77 arm. He's a decent defensive right fielder, an okay bat in right field, 324 weighted on base average, just under 20 steals per 600. Not going to have the average and on base percentage of the Cedeno is where you kind of run into issues. He's way lower than league average in batting average and on base percentage. Just the combination of being mediocre across the board, right? So Cedeno doesn't have power, and his avoid Ks isn't great. But you throw this bunt for a hit in there at 88, and you bump the contact and gap up just a little bit, and all of a sudden you're seeing a guy who's 60 points ahead of, even more, 100 points of on-base percentage over Andy Van Slyke for Cedeno. And so he comes in at number 5 this week with not 100. It was 50 points. He comes in number 5 this week based off a pretty solid small sample size weighted on base average, but and has a little bit of power to go along with it. So a 464 slugging. Again, it's a card that I really want to be really good. It's just always been kind of mediocre. I've never gotten really bad results out of it. I've just never gotten really good results out of it either. Number 4 is Brad Hop. Number 4 in weighted on base average. Number 2 in slugging. Number 2 in home runs. Almost 40 home runs per 600 plate appearances this sample size, or this set. 31 home runs per 600 all time. Number 3 among right fielders. You got some power going on there. Really low batting average, really low on base percentage. He does one thing, and he hits home runs against right-handed pitching. Is that enough to get him on your team? I don't think it's enough to get him on mine. I don't love it. The defense doesn't do anything. He's got to be a designated hitter. Maybe a platoon DH versus right-handed pitching, perhaps, for Brad Hop, 2007 Colorado. He looks like he could be a solid designated hitter option against right-handed pitching. Just expected to be home runs and not much else. Number 3 is Carl Taylor. We talked about him at first base. Definite left-handed splits. The right field rating is not great. The range, it's not unplayable in right field for sure. I could see him being a kind of a utility guy at first base, left field, and right field. But his versus righty stuff is a little bit concerning. I have a feeling a lot of this is, you can see he doesn't play a lot. Most of this is as a first baseman. And he's pretty good against lefties. You know, he's that left-handed, the right-handed side of that platoon at first base while you're running a Martine Prado or Cesar Tovar out there at all of your other positions. Not an everyday right fielder, perhaps a platoon in right field, maybe. Number 2, Paul Waner comes in at number 2. I don't know how much I've seen this card. I know I've seen it before, but I haven't seen it too much. Really solid looking numbers versus right-handed pitching. A 78 contact, 59 gap, 51 power. Decent eye with a really solid avoid Ks versus righties. 46 range, 49 arm is scary in right field. 47 error is kind of meh. 38 rating in right field. Is he good enough to be a designated hitter? Let's see, 321 weighted on base average all time. 13 home runs per 600, 404 slugging. This week it was a 342 weighted on base average. If you can platoon him against right-handers as a designated hitter or as a really, like, you're going to have to run one of the defensive center fielders out there in center field, having him in right field. It's more of a designated hitter bat to me, but I can see it being effective as a designated hitter bat. But again, it's one of those bats that it's not going to hit a ton of home runs. It'll be on base, but it's going to need a lot of help to be productive because he's just not an elite base runner. So I'm not sold. 343 weighted on base average or on base percentage over 896 plate appearances is crazy. I don't think I put him above Cedeno. I think Cedeno is just too good at controlling the offense by himself. I think Waner's he's going to be a lot of singles, which is good. I mean, as a 2-hitter, perhaps. I don't think it puts him above Cedeno for me. I agree with you, Lowry. Yeah, and definitely platoon and Hop, and I like Hop as a platoon. Where do you go? I think I lean Hop. If you're going to go a platoon designated hitter and play Cedeno in right field, I like Hop a little bit more than I like Waner. Nelson Cruz comes in at number 1. Plays a little bit of defense in right field. Has a ton of power. 41 home runs per 600 plate appearances is number 1 in the format. I don't think there's another guy who has 40-plus home runs per 600 plate appearances. Number 1 in slugging. Number 6 in weighted on base average. It's all home runs, though. 218 batting average. 261 on base percentage. Got 1,100 plate appearances this period as a right fielder. I don't know. Are you guys running Nelson Cruz out there at all? I'm curious to see what kind of a sample size we're getting on him. Lots of power. He's going to hit a ton of home runs. And he's not unplayable in right field either. 67 range. The 46 arm is scary. Maybe not unplayable in left field. I could see, if you're looking for home runs out of your left fielder, I could see Cruz being one of those guys. I agree. Cruz comes in at number 1. Moving on to starting pitchers. There's your right fielders. Starting pitchers, we had 22 qualifiers this time, 33 qualifiers all time. Yeah, Ks are an issue for Cruz for sure. Masato Yoshii comes in at number 15, 16th in ERA, 15th in FIP. Man, I'm excited to get onto these packs. 16th in earned run average, 16th in FIP all time, ranks number 15 all time. Consistent performer, Masato Yoshii. High stuff, low movement, high control again with the home run starting to dip back down to about 9 per 600 plate appearances in the format. You're going to see that movement dip down a little bit too, and guys with lower movement are going to be more effective. Yoshii right around number 15. Consistent performer here at 15 over a 2,700 inning sample size. Number 14 is Teddy Higuera. Good stuff, good control, 54 movement. He's a left-handed pitcher, one of the few starting pitchers that are lefties in the format. 65 stuff, 49 movement, 66 control, 73 fastball, 65 change, 76 slider. May want to have him on a pitch count just because of those three pitches, but he can be effective 2 times through the lineup or so. Gap power seems to be more valuable than pure power. Yes, Lowry, I agree that gap power is more valuable than pure power in this format right now. So we can't start ripping packs on 22 today because perfect team resets Friday. No, you can open packs. You're not going to be able to buy perfect points today because they're not going to go on sale until Friday. You can open any packs you earn. You're just going to lose the cards, but they're just going to reset Friday anyway. You're going to get the packs reset on Friday. So open packs, have fun. Just know that you're not going to get to use them after Thursday, after the reset on Friday morning. You get 30 play packs that disappear on Friday. Good to know. I did not know that we get 30 packs today. Higuera comes in at 14th. Number 13 is Yonny Chirinos. This is a fun card that I like. I like seeing it here on our last day doing bronze and out of the park 21. He was right around the top 4 when we started doing this. It was a very consistent performing pitcher back then. We do have batters are right across the board. You got 37% left-handed, 32 right-handed, 30% switch hitting. And so a guy with pretty heavy splits versus right-handers is not going to get hurt too badly in this format. It doesn't may get hurt a little bit by lefties at this point, and that's why I think he has dropped down, as you're seeing some more left-handed hitters, some more switch hitters at this point. Chirinos is a guy, he had a lower stamina to start out with. He was right there with the Brent Suter card as the live cards that were kind of near the top of the bronze. So seeing him here on this list our last day makes me a little bit happy, but he's not as effective as he used to be. He is still top 5 in use, top 7 in use all time out of this spreadsheet. So still pitching pretty well. 12th, 351 FIP, 350 earned run average, 348, 327 all time. So Yonny Chirinos comes in at number 13. Number 15 was Masato Yoshii. Number 12 is George Stone. This is a card that I've been expecting to see a little bit more play, but hasn't been getting it. He hasn't cracked the top 10 in use. And all-time, he ranks number 9, 346 FIP, 310 earned run average. He's been a consistently good earned run average performer over the course of the new lists that we've been doing with the actual stats. It's the lower stuff. He's not going to have a lot of strikeouts. He's going to let up some home runs, but he's not ever going to walk people. And so the stamina plus the hold runners, which becomes a little bit important in this format where you're seeing a ton of steals. Stone is a guy that has consistently outperformed his FIP by quite a bit. Even though you're seeing the home runs and you're not seeing strikeouts, you're gonna the fact that he doesn't walk anybody, and the fact that he can keep the Roger Cedenios, the Vince Coleman's on first a little bit more effectively than some of the other pitchers in a format where getting runners to second base for the singles and the doubles is important. George Stone is an interesting option at pitcher for me. Number 10 or 11, 2020 Nate Eovaldi. That doesn't make any sense. 75 stuff, 42 movement, 73 control versus righties. I'm excited to see the Diamond Nate Eovaldi this year that comes out in Perfect Team 22. He's going to start at a 69. He's going to end up at 96 by the time the season ends. You heard it here first. Maybe not first. Good at hold runners, decent stamina. 337 FIP, 321 earned run average all time, 349 FIP, 341 earned run average all time for him, or over this period for him. So a little bit of a setback this time. Ranked 7th all time. 57% start percentage, so keep that in mind. You might see a little bit worse numbers than this out of him as a starting pitcher than as a reliever, because some of these numbers are from him as a relief pitcher. Good fastball, cutter, split, slider with a show me curveball every now and then. Will have some home run issues, but getting away with it right now. 0.59, just under 0.6 home runs per 9 innings for him, and which is right around league average. So right around league average for pitchers. So Eovaldi looks like a not unusable option at starting pitcher. Number 10 is Zach Greinke. Most innings, very, very consistent performer. Zach Greinke, good stuff. Okay movement, outstanding control. Number 1 in walks per 9 innings, and has been really since the start of Perfect Team 2021. He's been the ace for the entire period of out of the park of Perfect Team 21. 91 start percentage, ranks number 4 all time with a 345 FIP and a 340 earned run average. Got the strikeouts are middle of the pack, just over 4 strikeouts per 9 innings. Good home run suppression at 0.59, again, kind of middle of the pack. They all kind of bunched together there, but the walks are good, the whip is good, and the ERA and the FIP have been consistently pretty good for Zach Greinke. 350 FIP, 327 earned run average over this period. What do these numbers mean? Why is he number 10 if he's the best? Now, new here, so you're confused. So are you looking on this side? This side is most used, the amount of time that they're used. And so the numbers go just based off of their stats from the period that we just had. So over the last week or two that I've been compiling data for bronze. So Greinke isn't necessarily the best all time. He's been the most consistent pitcher since I started doing the streams back last April or May. And he's the most used. So this number here is how often they get used. This is all time. This is this week. This number here is their performances this week. This number here is their performances since this spreadsheet started, which is 3 months ago or so. And then so they get graded based off of their performances. And Greinke has been incredibly consistent. He's lower than he has been in the past. So number 10 is probably the lowest I've seen Greinke in his performance. So it was a rough week for him, or we've had some pitchers that have shown up that are out pitching him at this point, which could be the case too. So we're going to see what the rest of the list looks like. Yeah, no problem. We're approaching 2 p.m. Johnny, I'm guessing you don't have your email yet. Number 9 is Merrill Kelly. This is another card that I've expected to see get used a little bit more that just hasn't. It's the live 2020 Merrill Kelly. Good stuff. Decent movement with good control to go along with it. He's cracked the top 10. He stays right at number 9, number 10 over his 2,700 innings pitched. Isn't movement the most important pitching staff? These pitchers, so not in bronze. What is it? Stacko cakes. So in bronze, there's not a lot of power. So you can see the home runs per 600 here in bronze being just 9 home runs per 600 plate appearances. Movement becomes a lot less important because what movement does is it's good for home run suppression. Movement creates weaker contact. So in bronze, movement isn't as important. So you see a lot of the higher control guys who are not walking people and not letting the singles rack up and stuff like that, and who can strike guys out. Once you get up to gold-ish, because even in silver, there's not a ton of power. There's a little bit more than there used to be, but there's still not a ton. Once you get up to goldish or to the like the historical formats, like the 1942 formats or something like that, movement becomes a lot more important in home run suppression. So you see a lot more guys who are high stuff, high movement, lower control up kind of there where it becomes important. But here you got like a Merrill Kelly who's letting up just number 2 in home run suppression with just 50 movement versus right-handed batters. He's also got 5 pretty solid pitches. It's a well-rounded card that's been a consistent performer from what I've seen. 3.43 FIP, and the rankings come based off of all of these numbers kind of combined, and it's still like I make adjustments all the time. If I go through and I'm like, man, I really hated what that looked like, then I'll change it. Like right here, you're seeing him number 10. And there's nothing really all that high except for his FIP. So FIP and ERA are weighted the heaviest. FIP even probably is getting weighted a little bit too heavy right now, which is why you're seeing him kind of high. But again, all of his stuff out of the qualifiers all time are all kind of top half too. So that's kind of where Merrill Kelly, he's just consistent. He just kind of does everything really well. There's nothing that he's outstanding in, but there's nothing that he's getting crushed in either for Merrill Kelly. And even here you can see his strikeouts are top half. ERA and FIP are both kind of top 10 all time. So he comes out at number 9. And the home run suppression was really, really solid over this period too. Number 8 is Vic Aldridge. He's your second most used. One thing I find about Aldridge is he's a little bit more inconsistent than some of the other pitchers on the list. Like Greinke, I talk about Greinke's consistency. And this is the first time I've seen Greinke this low. I've seen Aldridge go anywhere from number 1 to like completely off the list. There's times where Aldridge is just getting raked for whatever reason, and I'm not sure why. He's just kind of inconsistent. I do like anyone else here like a constant pulsing sound since the break? Interesting. Let's see. I'm not seeing anything else show up. Is it only when I'm talking? Weird. You might think that you should use some power batters since all the pitchers are low movement. Yeah, there's not a lot of power batters here that are consistently effective. So either. So David Donovan. So that's one of the things here too, is that there's so few. There are a couple guys, like Gary Carter, for instance, who have pretty solid power, but they're just not consistent. Like you see consistent power hitters at higher levels. And so a guy like a Vic Aldridge, who has the really high stuff, can really take advantage of those power hitters that struggle with strikeouts. And so it's been asked enough to make you guys tired of it, but anyone knows that when the emails are coming. They're going to come out eventually. They roll out over time. That's why you like using Hop to take advantage of the low movement guys. Yeah, and a guy like Hop. But then again, he's going to get probably taken advantage of by a guy like Aldridge, who has really good stuff and really good control too. So because the avoid Ks is a little bit lower on a guy like Hop. Aldridge has always been a strikeout guy here in this format. 5.99 has him number 1 in strikeouts per 9. The FIP was second this time, which puts him. The ERA was a little bit lower, and the walks were an issue this period for him, and have been really since we restarted the spreadsheet. So that's where you're kind of seeing Aldridge dip just a little bit. Ranks 11th all time. Like I said, when Aldridge is on, he's the best pitcher in the format. If he's struggling with that control, then he becomes a lot less effective. And one thing that helps him out is I talk a little bit on the stream about these weird pitches. I don't have numbers. I haven't figured out a way to actually calculate it, but the screwball, the knuckleball, and the knuckle curve, especially when they start getting good ratings like a 68, have a much bigger effect on a pitcher's effectiveness than, say, a 68 cutter, for instance. So Aldridge comes in at number 8 this week, though. Your number 2 most used all time and over this period. So Greinke and Aldridge pretty low on the list this week. Neil Heaton, also a little bit low on the list, comes in at number 7. He's a lower stuff, kind of control freak pitcher. A little bit higher movement than some of the other guys on the list. He does have 4 pitches. He does have pretty decent hold runners, which is helping out his FIP to be better than his earned run average to outpitch his FIP. 5th in earned run average this week, 7th in FIP. All time he ranks number 14, which is a little bit lower than I would have expected, and that's with 78% start percentage too. So Heaton getting a little bit of play as a relief pitcher over the course of the time as well. One of 4 guys with over 10,000 innings pitched. And so that's the other thing to keep an eye on too, is the Aldridge, the Greinke, the Heaton have a ton more innings pitched. So their stuff, while it's a little bit lower right now, is probably a little bit more stable than some of the guys you might see higher on the list too. Number 6 is Dustin May, who's been as high as number 1. He's the 3rd most used right now. We get back to that super high stuff, kind of low movement, really high control. Dustin May is really high up on the list in a lot of categories. Ranks number 2 all time with a 333 FIP and a 331 earned run average. This period it was a 334 and a 327. He's going to strike guys out. He's going to suppress home runs, and he's got pretty good control, almost top 10 to go along with it as well. He's just a really well-rounded pitcher that I suspect you're going to see for people who continue playing Perfect Team 21. You'll keep seeing Dustin May consistently on the list. He's turned into a pretty solid bronze pitcher. And again, that's where this is the level where this and iron are one of the levels where a lot of the live cards have been really effective. Once you get to silver and gold, they become a little bit less effective just because the batters get a little bit more well-rounded at that level. Moving into the top 5, Aaron Chevalier comes in at number 5. Decent stuff. Oh, pretty good movement, pretty good control for him too. He's 3rd in ERA, 5th in FIP over this period, 5th all time. 340 FIP, 333 earned run average all time. Solid home run suppression, solid walk suppression. Kind of lower, middle of the pack in strikeouts at 4.43. This period it was a 312 earned run average and a 338 FIP. And top 10 in WHIP as well. Chevalier's looking pretty good. Number 1 home run suppression this reporting period at 0.44 home runs per 9 innings. At number 4, Mike McCormick. We get back to the high stuff. Really low movement, higher control. 15th in home runs, so home runs are an issue for him. Walks are a little bit of an issue, but the FIP, the earned run average, are working out for him. A lot of it is strikeouts. He's number 3 in strikeouts per 9 innings in this period. Not on the list. Only a 727 innings pitch sample size for him, so it's a little bit of a smaller sample. Definitely getting some play as a relief pitcher as well. Is McCormick. Probably because of the 3 pitches. That screwball, that 88 screwball, again, everything else, you know, you look at like a Dustin May, right? And you're 64, 57, 78. Everything kind of looks a little bit better for May, but McCormick pitching pretty well as well. And, you know, it's that really effective screwball with a really effective curveball that are helping him out quite a bit for McCormick. Doug Bird comes in at number 3. He's your 8th most used all time with just over 7,000 innings pitched. All time he ranks number 6, 340 FIP, 330 earned run average. This week it was a 343, 288 earned run average, sub 3 earned run average, and 1,800 innings pitched this week for Doug Bird. Showing what he can do if you put some good defense behind him. 0.56 home runs per 9 innings, 1.44 walks per 9 innings for him, 3.88 strikeouts per 9 innings. He's going to be last in strikeouts. Not going to strike anybody out, but everything else is working out pretty well for him. That changeup, fastball, slider repertoire, effective, good stamina, decent hold runners. Again, a little bit of play as a relief pitcher for Bird. Links have not been made available yet. Just a tiny bit more patience. That's from Marcus 15 minutes ago. Thanks for the update, Lord Christic. Number 2, Bill Grafe shows up at number 2. Grafe, I before E, except after E or when sounding like A. Grafe. We're going to go with Bill Grafe here since it's an EI. 1973, San Diego Padres, one-hit wonder. 71 stuff, 40 movement, 75 control, 70, 40, 75 versus righties. Fastball, curveball, forkball. 81 stamina, 86 hold runners. All time he ranks number 3, not getting any use. How much did he miss by? 500 innings or so? And 100 innings or so for this period. So just outside of the top 10 in use, looking like a solid performer. 337 FIP, 306 earned run average all time. Number 1 in earned run average this period at 286, and number 8 in FIP at 341 for Bill Grafe. Too busy taking notes on this stream. We'll see if he wants to tear people up over Perfect Team 21 while everybody else moves on to Perfect Team 22. Then he's more than welcome. Number 1 is Tristan McKenzie. Just popped his way into the top 10 most used. 74 stuff, 42 movement, 74 control with no splits. Ridiculous fastball, really good curveball with a changeup and a slider mixed in. The hold runners is going to hurt him a little bit. You'll see his earned run average is a little bit closer to his FIP than some of the other guys whose earned run averages were outpitching their FIP by a good 0.2 of a run. But Tristan McKenzie with a 3.3 FIP all time is number 1. This week it was a 3.19. The earned run average right around 3.2. WHIP is number 1 all time, number 2 this period. Strikeouts, top 5. Home runs per 9, the home run suppression was really good for him this week at 0.48, a little bit higher than, a little bit better than all time, which was 0.57. And then his walks were top 5 this week as well, which was a little bit better than his 1.77 all time. Does rank number 1 all time. Seeing quite a bit of play as a relief pitcher as well, though. So again, one of those things to keep in mind is that as a starter, you're probably going to expect to see numbers just a little bit higher than what you're seeing here. But McKenzie comes in at number 1. Those are your starting pitchers. Anybody you want to see? He threw a no-hitter for you in a bronze tourney finals on Sunday. That is awesome. That's what good timing for you. That's pretty cool. I haven't had any of my pitchers throw no-hitters in a tournament as far as I know. Relief pitchers. We had 19 qualify for this one, 42 all-time. Jonathan Loaiza comes in at number 15. Super high stuff, good movement, pretty okay control for him. The walks are a little bit lower, 16th here in this reporting period, 12th in home runs. FIP was 329, ERA was 374, which was 17th in the period. All-time, he ranks number 9, though, so top 10 all-time with a 317 FIP and a 319 earned run average. Will strike guys out, top 5 among relief pitchers in strikeouts per 9 innings at 7.44. Good fastball, changeup, curveball mix for Loaiza. Number 14 is John Gelnar. He's been on the list for the whole time. So guys that we're seeing today that have been on the list the whole time, you've got Greinke and Aldridge. Chirinos really has been on the list since we started. Gelnar used to be a top 5 guy on the list. Not anymore. For whatever reason. The stuff has come down. The movement is kind of okay. He's got pretty big splits versus right-handed batters. Just the 2 pitches and a splitter and a slider. All-time, he ranks 19th, 342 FIP, 340 earned run average. This period, he was 16th in FIP at 347 and 13th in earned run average at 321. Also 12th in WHIP, 8th in home runs, and 7th in walks per 9. So he's about, top half in home run suppression, top half in, top 10. Borderline top 10 in walks per 9 innings for Gelnar. Just the FIP and the earned run average have been inflated a little bit over time. Probably a little bit because of the lack of strikeouts as a relief pitcher and just the 2 pitches for Gelnar. Number 13 is Alex Wood, live 2020 LA Dodgers Alex Wood. Heavy splits versus lefties. You got 14 points of stuff, 9 points of movement, and 4 points of control versus lefties, so that hurts him a little bit versus righties. All-time, he ranks number 20. This week, he came in at number 13 with a 344 FIP, 329 earned run average for Alex Wood. All-time, it's a 347 and a 330. So his numbers this week were right in line with his all-time, which puts him kind of bottom half of your relief pitchers here in bronze. Just not pitching as well as you would like. Probably because of the 3-batter rule. Number 12 is AJ Puk. He's a guy who I want to say he was pretty high up last time. This week he was 31 he's showing 31 all time, which seems really low. I think the all-time numbers are still keeping walks pretty high, and a 3.66 walks per 9 is pretty bad. That control for AJ Puk is abysmal. It's pretty bad. He does have fastball, changeup, slider, curveball. The 41 stamina leaves him as like a borderline starting pitcher, but I don't think that I'm interested in using him as a starter. More as like a stopper and a specialist versus lefties. A 103 stuff, 62 movement versus lefties could be okay. He comes in at number 12, 315 earned run average, 345 FIP this reporting period with a WHIP of 1.184. All time, his ERA is 2.97. So keep that in mind. That's a pretty low number. Comes in at number 7 among relief pitchers all time in earned run average. Again, I really think that I'm gonna have to look at the all-time calculations for pitcher. I think that walks are probably getting weighted a little bit too heavily, and he is so far out there. This 3.66 guys at this level are so far out there as to be like an aberration as well. So, but Puk comes in at number 12. Number 11 is Nelson Briles. He's a guy who's been on the starting pitcher list in the past. Actually, that's not true. That was the Iron Nelson Briles. This is a card that got added later on. Lower stuff, higher movement, higher control relief pitcher. Not any splits, 1 point of stuff towards lefties. Good sinker, good curveball with a changeup that he can mix in. 17th in FIP all time among relief pitchers at 3.29. 37th in earned run average, though. This period, it was a 327 FIP and a 320 earned run average. Number 1 in home run suppression. That 73 movement is about as high as you're going to see here in bronze. And a .33 home runs per 9 innings is pretty good. Top 10 in walk suppression as well. 1.75 walks per 9 this week and 1.8 walks per 9 all time. He comes in at number 11. Gelnar is the most used. I didn't even notice that when we were looking at him. Is that a different Gelnar? Oh, that's him. Number 10 is Bobby Shantz, your number 2 most used all time and this period. Guy with high stuff, pretty good movement, awesome control, top 10 in walk suppression. The home runs are a little bit of an issue for him. 0.64 home runs per 9 innings, but the strikeouts are top 10 this period, right around 5.77, so top half all time. FIP was 3.27, ERA 3.16 this period. All time he ranks number 11 with a 3.27, 3.17 earned run average, again top 10 in walks. Pretty good whip, top 5 in whip, both this period and all time at 1.13 and 1.105 respectively for Bobby Shantz. Moving into the top 10, he's got 4 solid pitches, doesn't really start, just a 17 stamina, decent hold runners for him as well. Number 9 is Bruce Sutter, lower stuff, pretty good movement, pretty good control for Bruce Sutter, fastball, splitter, slider, mix. All-time ranks number 8th with a 3.919 FIP and 3.11 ERA. This period it was a 3.11 and a 3.14 earned run average for him. Good walk suppression at just 1.61 walks per 9 innings. Good home run suppression at just 0.44. Seeing some good stuff out of Bruce Sutter, who's your number 4 most used all time in this reporting period. He comes in at number 9. Number 8 is Caleb Ferguson, your 3rd most used. Not a single one of the top 4 are in the top 5 or even near number 1. Really 6, because we've already seen AJ Puck, we've seen Lozaga, we've seen Wood. We might see some small sample sizes at the top of this list. Let's see what happens. Caleb Ferguson with the high stuff, number 2 in strikeouts per 9 innings. 3.24 FIP, 2.99 earned run average. All time it's a 3.23 and a 2.98. Solid numbers for Caleb Ferguson getting it done. Home run suppression, a little bit of an issue for him, right near the bottom. But again, home run suppression isn't a huge deal here in bronze. So take that with a grain of salt. Walks, he's right in the middle of the pack. Really near the bottom in walks as well. But that stuff helps him out with that earned run average and that FIP. He's at number 8. Number 7 is Eddie Guardado. The only one in the top 10, the only 2 in the top 10 most used all time that we haven't seen yet are Morajan and Phil Koch. So interesting. Guardado with a 321 FIP and a 292 earned run average this period. 0.37 home runs per 9 innings has him 3rd. All time, you're seeing a 3.32, 3.17. He ranks 21st all time. Getting hurt again by the walks here at bronze. 78 stuff, 76 movement, 71 control, all 3 pretty significant splits towards left-handed pitching. A little bit of a specialist for Eddie Guardado. You're going to want to try to avoid right-handed hitting as much as you can with Guardado out there. Number 6 is Lorenzo Barcello. Who? 2001 hit wonder. Card I haven't seen yet on the list. 3rd in earned run average this period at 2.69. 10th in FIP at 3.27. Solid whip, 11.19. 4.31 strikeouts per 9 innings is pretty low. Home runs at 0.53, a little bit of a home run issue, but walks per 9 innings is 1.44, which is pretty solid. All time, he's ranking number 4 over 1,200 innings pitched with a 3.08 FIP and a 3.08 earned run average. Top 10 in whip at 11.55. Top 10 in both home run suppression and walk suppression all time. So actually pitched a little bit worse than his all-time numbers over this period and came in at number 6. Interesting looking card. Good stuff. Decent movement. Excellent control. Okay hold runners. Just 2 pitches, an outstanding curveball and a sinker. That is pretty good as well. I haven't seen this card on the list before, and so might be one I have to try out. Although I don't know if I'll run Perfect Team 21 bronze tournaments anymore. Number 5 is Phil Koch. Here's your number 10 most used all time. Good stuff. Pretty good movement. I'm going to guess we're going to get home run suppression out of him. Number 5 this week. 323 FIP, 278 ERA this week with a 13th in whip at 1227 all time. He's ranking number 26 all time is Phil Koch with a 336 earned run average and a 337 FIP ERA. Sorry, I had those backwards. 336, 337 FIP and earned run average all time for Phil Koch. We got 4 pitchers left. Who are they going to be? I'm really concerned about this at this point, guys. Bill Henry comes in at number 4, 10th most used this period. Ranks number 2 all time. Outstanding stuff. Very good control. Lower movement. 15th in home run suppression this week, but 4th in earned run average, 4th in FIP, and 1st in whip. as well as second in walks per 9 innings this week. All time, he's got a 299 FIP and a 298 earned run average over 1,255 innings pitched, which you're getting into not quite small sample size anymore at that point for a relief pitcher. This Bill Henry card looks pretty darn spectacular. Uh-oh, we've got a screwball. Good looking card. Bill Henry at number 4. Number 3, Dave LaRoche. Specialist Dave LaRoche. Try to pitch him only against lefties. 75 stuff, 71 movement, 90 control versus lefties. A little bit lower versus righties. 61, 57, 84 for LaRoche. Just a fastball slider mix. Decent hold runners. The FIP of 297, 279 earned run average this period. Third in whip at 1.073. Home runs per 9 at 0.44. Walks at 1.43. Not going to strike a ton of guys out, but everything else looks pretty good over this period. All-time number 1 in FIP and number 2 in earned run average for LaRoche with a 1.091 whip. Number 1 all-time in walk suppression. Number 7 in home runs and right in the middle of the pack in strikeouts. Set him out there as a specialist and LaRoche is going to get it done for you. Number 1. I'm going to guess a lot of that is as a specialist. Trying to get him versus lefties as much. Who's that, Sid? Was that LaRoche or is that the guy before? Barcello? Is that who you're talking about back there? Sorry, I missed it. Number 2. Ooh, Calvin Schiraldi. 1986 Boston Red Sox. One-hit wonder for the Red Sox in 1986. Another specialist-looking pitcher. 96 stuff, 56 movement, 77 control. Good fastball and curveball with a slider he can throw in. Third in FIP, 268, Barcello. It's an interesting looking card. I think I'm definitely going to have to try it out if I run any more bronze down here. 268 earned run average for Schiraldi, 301 FIP for him as well. This week was second and third in those respectively. Top 10 in every category for Schiraldi. 6th in strikeouts per 9 innings, 2nd in home run suppression, and 9th in walks. All time, he ranks 7th with a 317 FIP and a 282 earned run average. 5.94 strikeouts, 0.48 home runs, and 2.07 walks per 9 innings. But solid earned run average and FIP numbers for Calvin Schiraldi. Number 1, what do we got? It's got to be Morajan, right? Got to be Adrian Morajan. Your number 1 relief pitcher for our final perfect team, 21. Bronze, open, best of 7 tournaments. Got to be Morajan. Adrian Morajan, 97 stuff versus lefties, 100 versus righties. Movement is terrifying. Control is pretty good, but not great. Ranks number 5 all time. Getting beat up by walks. Lots of walks from Morajan, but strikes out enough guys to get out of it. Really solid fastball, changeup, curveball repertoire. Okay stamina, like maybe enough stamina to be a starting pitcher, although the movement's a little bit scary. The combination of movement and control would scare me away from using him as a starting pitcher, even with that 50 stamina in the 3 pretty solid pitches. But a 3.03 FIP and a 2.9 earned run average with an 8.32 strikeouts per 9 innings for Adrian Morajan comes in at number 1 with just 2.44 walks per 9 innings, which keeps him in the top kind of half, just outside of the top half. He's your number 1 relief pitcher for bronze. That was our last one, guys. This was exciting. This was fun. What do you say we open some packs? I'm going to open so many packs today. I need to see what happened over here. Limerick won the other side, the European League for the TABA. We'll have the World Series, the TABA World Series tomorrow. Should be fun. Open packs in the Out of the Park 22 beta. We'll do that tomorrow. We're going to hit, so the plan for tomorrow, let's see, how's the team doing? 25-9, off to a good start in gold this week for this team. We've added some stuff to them. We need one more. Let's do it today. Let's get that perfect Pedro today. Do we want to save this team for last, or do we want to do them first? This is the main team. We need one more. We need that perfect Pedro to close it out and put 100s everywhere on this team. That's what we're looking for out of this team today. We might save them for last. I don't know how we want to do this. I'm going to log out real quick. and then log back on. That was the wrong button. Red Roughing just threw a Maddox for us. All right, we got our 4 packs from streaming. Don't know when beta opens. It's whenever you get your email. So that's whenever you get the emails. I am Angered Unicorn. It'll be on the screen here. I can go to the break screen. I actually need to refill my water and stuff, and so I'm going to take a break real quick, and it'll be on the screen for you. So I'm going to take a quick 2-minute break before we get into the packs. We're starting with 250 packs a day, so it'll be at least 300 packs a day. Let's do it right after the break. All right. Told you it was going to be quick. I was just pouring some water. Ready? Packs. Decimals. Main team. We need a perfect Pedro. We have a call for historical perfect sane. Let's see. What do we got? What else we got in here? 250. No, not 250 diamond packs. That would be a lot of points. You remember the time when they said it would drop it to? Yeah, it's whatever. it'll come out eventually. So let's grab some packs. The decimal's 25 and 9 right now. Let's see where we're hurting. We are number 1, number 2 in runs scored, number 1 in runs against, but we're still looking for that perfect Pedro today. Never seen it. I just haven't had it drop. Solid looking team. I'm happy with the team. We're playing well. Got swept in the division series last week in gold, so still stuck in gold for this week and not getting beat up in diamond for this week, which is pretty nice. How do I get so many packs? Luck. So for this team, they were packs only to start with, and 4 days into Perfect Team 21, we had a Huey Jennings drop, and it just kind of fed from there. We sold him for 400 or so, and then we opened 400 packs. And that's really how the stream started, was I sold Huey Jennings and opened 400 packs on stream. I was like, man, there were 4 people chatting with me while I opened the packs. It was fun. And then we got into the tournament stuff, and then it's just all been from selling cards and selling packs. It's I haven't put any money into it. It's all been free to play. We stopped being packs only about 2 months ago, started focusing on face of the franchise stuff, and so that's where we're at now. Could I get rid of the Tournies stats that is still on screen? Sure can. Good call. That's distracting. There we go. Should be good to go there. So yeah, all you need is 1 large batch of packs and a bit of luck. Yeah, it snowballs. So this team got super lucky early on. From the Huey Jennings, we got let's see, what have we seen on this team early on? We got Tris Speaker within a couple weeks, which was one of the best, maybe still one of the best cards in the game at this point. We kept him for a really long time. We had a Nap Lajoie at one point. We got 2 Schmitz, 2 perfect Schmitz, a couple perfect Cal Ripkins, a Clemens. We never got the Maddox to drop, and we never got the Pedro to drop. And there's some other ones out there that we never got to drop either. Who else have we had, guys? Trying to think. I don't remember who else we've had, but as packs only, it was all. So eventually I transitioned into tournament stuff. So any big money cards I got transitioned into more packs to try to fill the tournament teams. And then a couple weeks ago I gave up, and that's what we have now. So that's where we're at. Oh, that Huey Jennings was so early. That man, that's one. Sorry, it's gonna be loud for a second. I'll be honest. It led to everything else for the team, but that card is it's such a spectacular card. I love that Huey Jennings card. So let's open them. 74 packs to start with. We'll quick sell all the lives that we get, and then open more packs. We've got more packs on other teams too. So Cody Stashak, that's an ugly pack to start with. Do I get rid of cards because they don't perform? No, I generally I sell cards for money if it's not if not for money but for perfect points. But generally I only sell duplicates unless it's like a historical perfect or a diamond, and I'm like, man, I really just need to open 60 packs today. So let's sell this. But it's really just it really just snowballed from that one pack. And I really like opening packs. So I used to open them one at a time. We've already got 2 live golds today, so that's 2 more packs here at the end. And Anthony Rizzo there. The rest of those were live. Jared Hughes' eyeballs, which have retired. Wandy Peralta. Yak. 70-point pack. That one's worth 70 points. You hope they set up a quick sell filter for live cards only at some point. They do. You can do that. Here, let me show you how to do that real quick. Ken Kravik's a decent gold card. Let me show you how to sell live cards only. So you can go in here, roster management, card collection screen, and then you can click down here and go live cards only. So that's all the live cards. And then you can hit only display duplicates. So if you don't want to sell your duplicate or your single live cards, then you can just go only display duplicates. So you can definitely do that. Sell only live cards. So if you need me to go more in depth on that, I'll do it after the packs. Rengifo was at one point an interesting iron card. Now is in bronze and not terribly usable. I do love packs. I do love packs, BF Bombers. This is my favorite way to play. I've got some plans for some of the teams for Perfect Team 22 to try to expand just a little bit. Double gold, double live gold. Louis Patino, who's going to be awesome for the Padres this season, and Michael Conforto, who's turned into a really solid player for the New York Mets, who might be a pretty good team this season. Lots of gold today. Nothing higher. Kravik's a good gold. I'm pretty happy about that Kravik card. It is a duplicate, so not terribly helpful. Here's another historical gold. Bruce Dalcantone. Just Kansas City gold. Pedro Strop, Sam Bone. Bob Gibson was your Huey. So yeah, it was Perfect Team 19. The first one I got a Clemens. Ooh, we got a Negro League Dick Lundy here. Duplicate. I did end up buying most of the Negro League cards to finish Jackie Robinson. That was one I was never going to finish as packs only. Edgar Renteria, 1997. Game-winning play in the World Series that year. Ugly live pack. Kisner. Ron Davis. Toby Hall. The Virgilio Armenteros. Joe Harvey. AJ Cole. Nice. Team of the Year, Liam. There's Van Slyke. We talked about him today. Hunter Harvey was at one point an interesting option out of the bullpen in iron. Let's see. I haven't seen any of these other guys used in any tournaments at all. Here's our first diamond. It's LeMahieu. Gross. Gross. Yankees. And nothing else in that pack that's terribly notable. Wally Backman, we talked about him today too. Interesting designated hitter option at the bronze level. Eric Haas, I've seen used occasionally. There's so few catchers at iron. I've seen Haas used every now and then at catcher in iron. Will Myers, very thankful to Will Myers for misplaying a fly ball in 2013 that helped lead to the Red Sox winning the World Series that year. I hold grudges, and I remember good things too. Tommy Hunter used to be phenomenal. Man, was he fun to watch when he was with the Orioles. Jake Bauers, interesting left field option, first base option in iron, depending on where you want to play him. One of the few bats at iron that has a little bit of power. Here's another diamond. Future legend, Sean Murphy. Guys, we're pulling diamond future legends today. That's a good one. Probably going to get sold. That would have been nice on the theme team. You're barely even getting junk emails today. Starting to go through the stages of grief, not getting the download. I'm sorry, Johnny. I know. Let me see if I've gotten it. Here's another gold. Goodness gracious. Packs are heating up. Bruce Kyson, Grayson Griner. It doesn't look like I've gotten it either, so don't feel too bad. Tyler Flowers. Interested to see what Flowers does this year. You know, he's not with the Braves anymore, so we'll see what he does this season. Started with the White Sox, went to the Braves, was a really solid backup for Darno last year. Got a DeMarcus Evans. So the difference, so these are live cards here. Stop it, confetti. So the live cards will be like this, and then anything that's not live will either be a Future Legends card or have a year on it. Like this Petkovic is a 2000 reliever from the year 2000, and so that's the difference between live and historical cards. Kent Merker. Interesting. Is that a new card for me? That is a new bronze card for me. I do not have all of the bronze cards that came in that last big drop. It was fun starting to see new bronze cards again. I liked it when they did that. Let's see. Nothing terribly interesting in that pack. We're about, what, 30 packs in? I already had some luck. One diamond. Two diamonds. Future Legend, and then one we won't talk about. Tyler Thornburg, who the Sox traded Travis Shaw for. Never panned out there. Billy McKinney, I keep waiting for Billy McKinney to just break out. There's a Trevor Bauer pitching for the Padres this year. That should be an interesting experiment. Adam Frazier in that one as well. Looking for a big year from Adam Frazier for the Pirates. Yardley, Caleb Berrigar. I don't know who Mike Kickham is. Oh, you know what? He pitched one inning for the Sox this year. It was not good. It was not a good inning. I saw him pitch one inning. Yeah, the bronze drop was so much fun. We got Austin Davis here. Austin Nola looks to be a solid catcher for the Padres. Very solid. He's 30 now? Is he seriously 30 now? I thought he was super young. Jacob Rame gets some play in iron occasionally. The silver drop just diluted already. Yeah, agreed. Whoa, what is this pack? We've got a Maury Wills 84 and a gold Florida Marlin. Oh, it's not part of the Marlins collection. 27,000 point Charles Johnson. I'm trying to finish the Marlins. Maury Wills is a new card too. Interesting. That's a pretty solid pack. I'm going to screenshot that one. Charles Johnson is great. The Maury Wills is fantastic. That's a good looking gold card. Good contact, good defense at shortstop. Only an 89. I'm curious what the underlying stuff is. Good looking card though, especially for, what year is it? It's a 1964. Trying to think of what tournaments that one might play in. I don't know if there's any of that 1964 specifically. We got 41 packs left here. Halfway to Brooks. Nice. The CJ O's version was similar to O's Javi Lopez. There's another Austin Nola. Andrew Triggs, Caleb Joseph, Derek Hill. So for those of you who don't watch my other streams, I'm in a league, an online league that started in 2020, and I traded for the #1 prospect, and I got Derek Hill in that deal as well. This was 6 months ago now. Within 2 weeks, Derek Hill got drunk and ran headfirst into a car and knocked himself out for 16 months, post-concussion syndrome for 16 months. So we don't have a good relationship, me and Derek Hill, right now. Joel Kuhnel looks like he could be an interesting pitcher for the Reds this season. Sims has been an up-and-coming pitcher for a little bit too, as well as Ben Boone, a catcher for the Angels. Getting a little bit on the older side for Ben Boone at this point as a catcher. Justin Dunn, I think Dunn might be on the shelf right now, if I'm not mistaken. Etchebarren used to get a little bit of play as a catcher in bronze, not so much anymore. We got Descalso and Underwood Jr. Underwood's turned into a good closer for me in the OHBL. Craig Reynolds, Chad Wallach, Bo Taylor, Sam Haggerty. Multiple positions, not very good at any of them, but plays a whole lot of positions down in Iron. Interested to see what the Mariners do with him this season. I'm going to be working for the Mariners AA affiliate this year. I'm pretty excited. Just an usher, not a big job, but getting closer to the game. That's going to be my night job for the next 4 months or so. I'm pretty excited to get started on that. Here comes a silver Buster Posey and a 1991 Carl Willis. Brett Martin thrown in there for good measure. And another Armenteros. Trevor Gott, Jose Garcia, LJ Newsom. Yeah, I'm pretty excited. And the Mariners are one of my favorite non-Red Sox teams. We get a Will Smith here, another live diamond. So that's what, we're at least up to 15, 20 packs at this point that we'll get to open on top of these as well. Yeah, I'm pretty excited. And they open the season against the Royals AA affiliate. So I'm hearing rumors that Bobby Witt Jr. might be starting in AA. So I might get to see 6 games of Bobby Witt Jr. down there while I'm putting people in their seats. I'm pretty excited about it. They're like, you know, it's minimum wage, right? I'm like, bro, I'm retired military. I was like, you're going to pay me to put people in their seats and watch baseball? Like, why don't I assign you to a contract? Chatwood, Tejeda, Anthony Kay. Interested to see what Anthony Kay does this year, too. The Jays need a breakout season from him at this point, I think. The Jays have put a good young team together up there, and they spent some money to do it, too. So I think they're in a pretty important window for the future of that ball club. Dylan Covey, Sox traded for him last season. Silver Sam Huff. Ugh, I hate Wade Miley. Me and Wade Miley don't get along. I can tell that story while we're opening packs. So Wade Miley doesn't know this, but we're not friends. I went 2015 when Pedro Martinez's number got retired. I flew home for it. Sat in the right field bleachers, paid a whole bunch of money for tickets. It was stupid, and I shouldn't have done it, but it was totally worth it. It was really cool. The Pedro Martinez number retirement ceremony. So we spend like 30 minutes before the game just honoring Pedro. Miley comes out and lets up 3 runs before there's even an out. Just totally ruined it. Just totally ruined the whole night. So I don't like Wade Miley. I think he ended up letting up like 6 runs in 2 innings that night. Me and him, we don't get along. Springs. Another live pack. Silver Matt Williams. Ooh. Oh, it is a duplicate. It's one of the silver cards that has a little bit of power. Plays some okay defense, pretty good defense at third base too. You got 86 power on it, 83 defense. The I and avoid K combination keeps it from being really, really good. But it's a pretty interesting card down at the silver level. Can I explain who is buying irons at 100 plus perfect points and how can I get them? I can't explain that. They're probably collection missions is all I can think of. You're hoping he's hurt for opening day and the Reds put somebody else in the rotation instead. Eduardo Nunez, who always mediocre, but I'll forever be thankful for that play that ended the 2018 division series because Kimbrel was terrifying in that game. There's that Gary Carter. We talked about him today. A little bit of power out of the catcher / right field position at bronze. Buck Farmer, one of my favorite names in Major League Baseball right now. What are we at? 2 hours and 46 minutes? A good thing they put a cap on packs because I'll go forever. People were getting 15 packs out of my streams. I'm probably the reason they put a cap on it. There was a 65 Coco Crisp. Alvin Dark. We saw the other Alvin Dark today, the bronze one, on our list today. Miles Straw. Some power. Interested to see what Miles Straw does this year for the Astros. He's another guy that they really need a jump from to keep being a really solid team. There's that Scott Fletcher, 66 rated shortstop in bronze. Adam Hazley. I think you're going to see good things from Hazley this year for the Phillies as well. And another Sam Haggerty. We got 17 packs left in this initial set of packs. No perfect Pedro yet. There's a Tommy Doyle. And Junior Fernandez. I don't know if I have that one up here. We got a numbered Junior Fernandez autograph out of a Topps Gold pack that was pretty sweet. That's something I'm doing this afternoon too. I'm going to buy some cards to open on the stream tomorrow. It should be a fun stream tomorrow. 12-hour stream. We're starting with the Tabo World Series. We'll hit some OHBL off-season. The off-season's really heating up right now, and we should see some free agents signed today and tomorrow. And we've got Thursday's going to be the Rule 5 draft, so I'm going to have to talk about who I'm protecting and stuff like that. And then we're going to get into Out of the Park 22. I'm going to start my alternate baseball history, and we're going to do it together, and we're going to make it work this time, and then we'll watch some games. It's going to be 12 hours tomorrow. Topps Black Gold, no. You don't want to delay early access release any longer. There are currently some performance issues with Perfect Draft where it gives you an error when you try to start. Backing up to the start screen and backing a few times could fix it until you deploy it and until they deploy a fix in the server. Okay, got it. So they're just so that's why the delay happened, is because they're having issues with Perfect Draft. Outstanding. Thanks for popping in here, Breedov, and letting us know that. Jake Newberry. Yeah, and then we're going to get into Out of the Park 22. We'll open some packs tomorrow. So we'll get a 3-day perfect team going. Maybe look at Perfect Draft if it's working by tomorrow. And then maybe throw some tournament teams together. But the big part of tomorrow is going to be getting this stupid, annoying alternate baseball history up and running so that I can start streaming it every day. I got really frustrated with it the last time because I totally messed the numbers up. Like the first week of the season, we had 4 guys strike out 23 in a game, and I'm like, I quit. I quit. There's a Vlad Guerrero Jr. But we're gonna get that running tomorrow. We're gonna run through, and that way, so new players, if you're a new player to Out of the Park, come hang out with us tomorrow, and you'll get to see kind of how the leagues get set up, how I go about trying to get the league set up, and then what I do. The plan for this alternate baseball history is I am going to take over a team because I am really excited about the coaching changes and all of that stuff throughout Out of the Park 22, and also the strategy changes in Out of the Park 22. But the game of the week will only be my team if it qualifies. There's another live diamond, Herman Marquez. Also a Bill Robinson, which is a new Pittsburgh Pirate for me. Pretty solid card there. There's Lava. This is a pretty solid pack. Turk Wendell is a pretty solid iron relief pitcher. Delino De Shields and Dansby Swanson. I'm looking forward to seeing what Swanson can do for the Braves this year. All part of the beta experience. Let's see. We've got Bill Bernhard, which is a new silver for me. Not part of any collections. Chris Davis, Vargas, Brett Phillips. Almost Rays hero this season. See Josh Fogg, Ty Buttry. There's another Junior Fernandez. 2 more packs, then we'll go sell some lives. And then we'll keep talking packs. Wilmer Flores, Richard Dotson. What's Chris Davis got left? 2 years? He got 2 years left on that contract? That's it for those packs. No perfect Pedro yet. No perfect Pedro yet. Let's go. All right, so here's what we're going to do. Live cards, right? So we're set to live. Only display duplicates. We're going to, well, you know what? We're just going to sell anything that's not tied to the team at this point. I don't have any live cards that I need to get into tournaments. So we're just going to go tag, quick sell. We got 37 more packs with this team. 38 more packs with this team. No, didn't quite make it. 37 more packs with this team. And it probably just rolled over, so we probably missed a game in there somewhere. Dan Winkler, James Bork, Mike Fierce. There's a lot of people that didn't like him last year, huh? Mostly Astros, I think. Nothing great in that pack. Don Sutton, 1985, Oakland A's starter. You're reminded you haven't had Orange Julius in a long time. There's Brent Suter. Brent Suter was the best bronze starting pitcher for quite a while. Moved up to a silver relief pitcher. Pretty good pitcher. Had a pretty good season for Milwaukee last season. We'll see what he does this year. I'm really interested to see what he does. If Chavis could ever learn to hit the high fastball, he'd be a pretty good hitter. As it is, it's a struggle. We got Madison Bumgarner, which is, it's never going to be not weird seeing him in a Diamondbacks uniform. I saw Bumgarner pitch the year he got called up, 2009? 2009 or 2010. It was about a month or so before he got called up, playing in Vegas. And you could just tell the second he came out there. The second he came out for warm-ups, you were like, this guy is different than every other pitcher we've seen pitch here for these teams. We got a new Bobby Darwin, a Brian Jordan card here. He was just pure filth. Bullet Treehouse. I don't bought Brian Jordan in 2 packs in a row, so I don't partake anymore, but Treehouse was always pretty good. Davis is signed through 22. Gotcha, so 2 years left on that contract. That's what I thought. Chris Shaw, that's a live dud pack. All right, so we're going to have to lower our expectations now. We're not looking for a perfect Pedro anymore, just any perfect historical pitcher that we don't already have. Willie Castro, Grayson Greiner, Alec Mills. He pitched well in the OHBL for the Tigers this season. Not the Tigers. He was on a playoff team this season. Eddie Lopat for the Yankees. Raul Mondesi. Hoping for a good season from A-Roz. Another Jared Hughes. Ooh, 2002 David Eckstein. I can still hear Joe Buck talking about him. Also a live Dalton Varsho, who looks to be a pretty solid catching prospect for the Arizona Diamondbacks. They're hoping for good things from him this season. And an AJ Pollock, triple silver. Petit used to be solid bronze relief pitcher. We didn't see him today. I'm curious to see what we get out of Ian Anderson this year. Here's another Diamond Yasmani Grandal. Hoping he'd go up to a perfect at some point this year, but he never did. Kyle Freeland, who's one of Whip's favorite players in the OHBL. Kelvin Gutierrez, third baseman. We got nothing else in that one. Not going to lie, pretty disappointing pack so far. That's a bronze Bill Scherer. There's a gold Bill Scherer out there that's a pretty solid card in gold tournaments. So I haven't looked at gold tournaments in a while, so that may not be true anymore. I just got an Isaac Paredes autograph in the mail, redemption card. It was terribly disappointing. I thought it was going to be numbered. It is not. It's just an Isaac Paredes autograph. Let's see. We got Jared Dyson, Sam Selman, Harry Pohl. Get some play in iron as a right fielder. Free agent for 2024. You should re-sign him. Get that hometown discount. Lewis Thorpe has been one of those iron live pitchers that always pitched a little bit better than you expect him to. Kind of like the Tyler Alexander card there in iron. I'm going to have to learn all new cards starting this week. That's terrifying. I didn't know these ones good enough as it was. Andrew Stevenson, Nick Markakis. I don't think Markakis is with the Braves anymore. I think he went somewhere else. Brendan Rodgers, Ramiro Mendoza, 2001 Yankee relief pitcher. 2001 was a fun World Series. I enjoyed that one. Brandon Crawford, still a pretty solid shortstop. Another Isaac Paredes. Christmas. Johnny Ball's got his link. You always think of Dan Aykroyd when you get Lewis Thorpe. I like it. Oh, Markakis retired. Awesome. I knew he wasn't going to play for the Braves anymore. I just couldn't remember where I read it. Nothing good in that one. We got 10 packs left now. Running out of time. Running out of time for the decimals. We'll move to the Bruins probably after this and open some more packs. Starlin Marte, Drew Smith. Zurink occasionally gets play in Iron. Never really liked what I got out of him. Louis Avalon. Nothing good in that pack. 6 packs left. Ranger Suarez. There's a Mark Belanger. Interesting backup shortstop in cap tournaments. Here's a gold Sixto. It's a duplicate. Milwaukee Gold. Good perfect points there. 2,600. 4 packs left. Scott Oberg, Alan Mills, Charlie Culberson. Another Ildemaro Vargas. Might get a full pack off of Vargas cards. Jazz Chisholm, Vic Dansborough, Dennis Martinez, 1982 Baltimore Orioles. Bobby Bradley's another gold autograph I picked up in a hobby box. There's another Jacob Brand. Jake Arrieta, not quite the Cy Young pitcher anymore, but still a pretty okay pitcher for Philadelphia. The Dave Tomlin out of the last pack. John Wasden for the Rangers, not the Red Sox version. That's it for those packs. What do we got left? We got to be running out of time. Tag all. Quick sell. 6. We got 7 more packs with this team. 7 more packs. The blowout. Johnny got his download link. Let's check. Mine has not come in yet. Let's check just in case. Oh, got it. That'll be a fun stream tomorrow. My link is here. Refresh your email. We got a Brett Butler historical legend duplicate. Decent card. 5 packs left for the decimals. Gene Segura. Monty Harrison. I broke down and got the bundle. So I have FHM 7 now too, which I need to dive into. Antonio Ozuna, 2003 reliever for the Yankees. We got 3 packs left. As of right now, that's going to be it for the decimals. No perfect Pedro today. We did get our Rex Barney. Lots of duplicate golds I can sell, but too late now. That's it. That's the decimals. Let's go to this team next. Nope, that's the wrong one. Got 50 packs with this team to start with. If it loads, might have broken the server. This team is not as good as the decimals. They've been neglected. I don't even know what they're in bronze right now. This team is not very good. What do we got on this team? We got live Shane Bieber and live Jake DeGrom running this team right now, along with Deacon Phillip and Greg Maddox and Steve Carlton. They finished the live collections. It was basically this team finished live collections, and then that was about it. I got busy and could not pay attention to them anymore. They're going to be a theme team for 22. Haven't decided what yet. I'm considering going to 2 sport players and like guys who played professional baseball and either professionally or in college in other sports. But the research on that has been a bear, so I think we're going to move on to something less much work. Because I don't need more work. Harvey Keen! We get a Harvey Keen here, 47 packs left. Very disappointing packs today after the last couple weeks. Almas Diaz, Wade LeBlanc. Luis Salazar. Here's a silver. Joe Kelly. I'll never not like Joe Kelly. There's Tyler Alexander, another one of those live iron cards that pitches really well in iron. Even more so than in bronze, the high stuff, high control, lower movement can be really, really effective down in iron. Seeing players that have been on the field during a game paused by animals on the field. Gotcha. No, I did not see your idea on my Discord, I don't think. When was it? A buddy of yours made Joe Kelly Fight Club shirts. I like it. I like Joe Kelly. Don Schwal. Getting some new cards with this team, down to 40 packs. Starting to think we're not going to see any perfects today. There's a Manny Machado. I'm not going to go on a Manny Machado soapbox today. Kyle Lewis, Rookie of the Year in the American League. Hopefully he keeps it going because I collected his cards over the winter. Uh-oh, perfect face of the franchise, Barry Larkin. There it goes. 40,000 points. Solid card. He's not great. He's not one of the best face of the franchises, but solid defensively. It's a card that, I'm going to be honest, if it was the perfect Team 22 thing where you could only train guys at positions they played at, I think this card would actually be a much more effective face of the franchise card because it would be a shortstop, and there's not as many shortstops out there. Whereas now you can train whatever 100 third baseman up to be a shortstop, and I'm excited about it. We'll talk more about that stuff on stream tomorrow too. Yeah, small boom. Oh my goodness. Oh, our last packs. How come I get Satchel Paige now? I can't get Satchel Paige on the we couldn't have done this like 10 packs ago, guys. Like 15 packs ago when we were still on the decimals. Are you kidding me? Satchel's still going for 100,000 points. That is a boom. That was a big boom. There you go. Yeah, best pack that ever had Nick Ahmed in it. 2 out of 3 packs have had 100 historical pitchers. Maybe this team will get out of bronze now. Or a pitcher and a shortstop, I should say. That was pretty solid. Yeah, that was a nice run of packs. Probably used it all up. And let's see. Steven Vogt. We got LaTroy Hawkins, Mike Garman. Mike Garman gets a little bit of use in cap tournaments. Jordan Montgomery. There's another Arrieta. Marmelos. Adrian Sanchez. Sonny Gray. Here's the Dave LaRoche. We talked about him today. Left-handed specialist in bronze, perhaps. Another Steven Vogt. Matt Hall as well for the Red Sox. Silver, Will Smith. Rich Lizel. There's a Charlie Morton pitching for the Braves now. Another Wade Miley. There's a Paul Kilgus. We have any historical pack collections done on this team? I haven't looked at the collections on this team in a while. Write it down now. Guess you can't ask for much more than a Barry Larkin and a Satchel Paige in 3 packs. Wilson Contreras. Joe Mauer, we talked about him a little bit today at first base. There was a Diekman in there. Diekman was an interesting bronze closer at one point, relief pitcher. Doesn't get as much play up in silver. Austin Bryce, Ken Landreau, Mercado, Huey Reese, another Lewis Thorpe. 15 packs left before we sell the 1 live diamond we got so far. Let's see. Lugo, Feliz, Leonard, Oral Hershiser, 99 New York Mets, Oral Hershiser. Chris Archer, Yoshiwada from 2014. Solid Cubs team back in 2014. Sorry. I didn't mean to make myself get 2 perfect historical cards. There's another diamond, live diamond that we'll get to sell, so we'll get another set of 10 packs. Yeah, it's been a good run of packs. I do love opening packs. This is kind of my thing. I've had similar runs in the past. There was one run. God, I forget. I think it was after I sold Nap Lajoie. So I had like 300 packs. We went like 260 packs without even a hint of a perfect. And then all of a sudden, the last 10 packs, I forget exactly what I got. It was like a 99 diamond historical, then a perfect historical, and then another diamond historical within the last 10 packs. And then I sold the live cards. And then the first pack I opened, there's an Edwin Diaz we'll sell for 20 packs. Another perfect. 3 perfects in this set, guys. We'll sell that one for 20 packs. And then the first pack I opened was like a 99 Johnny Bench or something ridiculous. It was just a stupid run of like 12 packs with 3 diamonds and a historical perfect. That was a fun day. Yeah, that was pretty good. Team submit successful. Okay, gotcha. Let's go sell the live cards. No. Hide active cards, live cards, tag all, quick sell all. We got 50 more packs. I did not sell the live cards before this. I didn't realize we were going to have 50 more. We're going to be here all day. I might not make it to the card shop. 50 more packs. The pack blowout. We're up to, I don't know how many at this point. I stopped counting. Hermanson. Another Culberson. Camacho. Oh, I need to put those other guys on the team too. We can't at least get it up to silver at some point. Darren Lewis at one point, I really wanted to be a solid iron card in center field. It never really panned out. He has flashes of being okay. This is like my own personal card shop. Yeah. Ooh, 88 Christy Mathewson. 40,000, part of postseason mid 2 or postseason 2. That's a nice card. That's a nice collection piece right there. Probably go on the team too. I like the physical cards though. I like being able to handle them, and I like that. They're real. Breezing through these packs a little bit. Miles Straw, I know that Ahiri Adrianza. Hopefully he has a good season this year. Junior Fernandez, I'm hoping for a good season from Junior Fernandez this year too. Steve Cook occasionally, we didn't see him today, but he sometimes gets some play in bronze. He's another one of those high stuff, low movement, high control guys that gets a little bit of play. We got a Jason Hayward in there as well. There's another Will Smith. That's 2 Will Smiths today that we'll get to sell. Lane Thomas. Alaric. Dodgers are going to need a good season from him if they want to repeat. Zunino, man, I thought Zunino was going to be awesome 5 years ago. He just never really turned into the superstar catcher I thought he was going to be. I'm a bad I should never get hired as a scout, probably. Plawecki showed signs of promise last season as Vasquez's backup for the Red Sox. Another Jake Bowers, Adrian Sanchez, Maybris Valora, Alex Trevino, Ivan Rodriguez, Pudge, solid defense. This was a good card when it dropped. Doesn't get used too much anymore. I don't think it's quite good enough offensively to get too much use anymore. Does the math make more sense to get standard? It depends on what you're going for. Most people swear by standard. So I do standard because I like bulk. And I'm not necessarily going for like any single gold or any single diamond card. There's Martine Prado. We talked about him today. There's a silver Brian Anderson. I like bulk. I like opening as many cards because the thing to remember is that you have the same chances of getting a perfect historical, which are the end game cards, right? Out of a standard as you do out of a diamond pack or something like that. Whereas if you're just looking to upgrade your team and get as many diamonds as possible, then you can start thinking about diamonds because you're obviously guaranteed diamond cards. That's probably about the extent of my baseball skills is as an usher, if we're being totally honest. So I like bulk. Every now and then, if I have a ton of points to spend, I'll be like, let's get three historical packs or something. I like historical packs more than diamond packs, even though the return on diamond packs is a little bit closer to breaking even, like the guaranteed return on a diamond pack is a little closer to breaking even than on a historical pack. The historical cards are just more fun to me. But again, you can go 50, 60, 70 packs in standard packs and just see bronzes and silvers, and it can be frustrating for sure. You have to be patient if you're gonna be a packs person. You really have to be patient, and you really have to just enjoy the opening of the packs. Like I could sit here for hours and do this. So there's a Trevor Story. We'll get to sell a couple more cards here. There's another Rengifo. 2 double Miguel de Pozos. He's an angry looking guy. He did not look like he was happy to get his picture taken there. Pedro Baez. Connor Joe. Kyle Gibson. Ryan Sheriff. He's got some nasty stuff. Another Austin Bryce. Hunter Pence. We used up all our good rolls, which is okay because we got Satchel Paige. Michael Pineda. There's a Ken Holtzman. There's our Sky Bolt. I don't know if we've seen a Sky Bolt yet today. Took a while. We finally saw one. What's with Will Smith today? You pulled 2 Will Smiths this morning. There's a Brainiac. Trying to maximize economy. You'll recoup 33% of a gold. Diamond recoups a little more, but you have fewer chances to land an excellent card like the Perfects. Could be worse. Yeah. Seems like you pull 2 to 3 Davos Lugos every day you open packs. Yeah. That's Sky Bolt for me. I'm pretty sure that was the first one we've seen today, though, which is weird. Now we'll see 4 of them. There's a Roy Halladay, 99 rookie sensation Roy Halladay. There's another Davos Lugo. We just talked about him. You said his name. Funkhauser, Aaron Fletcher. Todd Van Poppel. And I thought I was going to retire off of Todd Van Poppel rookie cards back in the early 2000s. Tommy Doyle. I'm really interested to see what the Royals get out of Chris Bubik this year. And that's it for this set. Let's sell those lives. I think we got 7 or 8 live cards. Quick sell. 10. Got 11 more packs. 11 more packs for the Bruins. We're never going to run out. We got so many packs today. At least 1 bolt earlier, maybe 2. I must have. Bubik got sent down. Makes sense. I think he'll be back up sooner rather than later, though. I think you'll see Bobby Witt Jr. up there by the end of the season, too. But we'll see. He is only 20. He's pretty young. Lucas Sims. There's Dustin May. If he ever puts everything together, man, he could be absolutely incredible. He looks like he's going to be an awesome pitcher. Another Tyler Flowers, Tom Brookins, Jeff Mathis. A lot of people like to run him as a backup in the cap tournaments. Why do I sell live cards? Because I don't use them for anything. Also, I'm done with these teams, so I'm basically selling anything that's not tied down. Because we're moving on to, this is my last time doing Perfect Team 21, so we're moving on to Perfect Team 22 after this. I agree, Mr. World. I prefer historical to diamond myself. For that exact same reason. There's a Karinchak. If we only get the 1 gold, we're just going to move on to the next team. Hobie Ferris. Hobie Ferris gets a little bit of play at second base in silver. He's a pretty good defensive second baseman with quite a bit of power. He strikes out a lot. Doesn't walk much. Low batting average, high power for Hobie Ferris. Interesting number 5, number 6 hitter at the silver level. Live cards are needed for missions too, so I generally only sell my duplicate live cards. I usually will hang on to the original cards and sell the duplicates, but right now, like I said, I'm done with all the live missions on this team, and we're not looking to continue these teams too much. So it's really just a pack blowout today. Once you start seeing me do Perfect Team 22, it'll be more just selling duplicates. It'll be only duplicates getting sold. I don't have time to come back to previous years, so I'll be done with Perfect Team. What is this? 21? I remember the password. Yeah, live missions and the live cards go pretty cheap too, so that's why I quick sell them. For a while, I did not quick sell like Yankees, Dodgers, silver and higher because the silvers were pretty expensive. And I only recently started quick selling golds and diamond. Well, that was probably about halfway through once everybody had everything. Where are we at? Unicorns are in bronze too. This is our theme team. They were Future Legends theme team. It's been a struggle for them. 21-15 right now. 53 packs for them. We're up to 3 hours and 20 minutes. Goodness gracious. This is a test run for tomorrow. We'll see how my legs feel in the morning. Downloading 22 now. Congratulations, Stens. I'll be doing it as soon as we get done here. Burning through these packs. TJ McFarland, Josh Fleming. Give us one more perfect card today out of the park. Just one more. I mean, I'm not going to complain if you don't. We got Satchel Paige. There's a Grandal. We got... Oh, I forgot to put them on the team. Michael Perez, Neftali Feliz. Let's see. Nico Goodrum. Nico used to get a little bit of play. Not much anymore. There's Davalilo. Solid bronze card. Drew Pomeranz. He's all right. 63 David Justice. Not the 97. I'm still trying to finish the America's team collection. We're up to 100 Jose Ramirez in one of your out of 22 starter packs. Awesome. We will do that tomorrow. You just pre-ordered. I don't know if you're gonna have to check with the forums on that one. I don't know if there was a cutoff for the pre-order at this point. I am not aware if there was or not, but you'll have to check the forums for that answer, or somebody in here might be able to answer it. 40 packs left with these guys. Your Gold League team has lost in 17 in a row. Hey, that's perfect points, Biz. You're gonna get perfect points when you win. Austin Gomber. Chris Bryant. No longer with the Cubs in the OHBL. I don't know if he's going to re-sign with the Cubs next season. Joe Palumbo was a card in there. He's turned into my ace on the Cubs in the OHBL. He's been phenomenal since we traded for him. There's a Derek Dietrich. Rob Kaminsky, Garrett Stubbs. Ryan Lavarnway used to be a Red Sox prospect. He was a huge Red Sox prospect that completely flamed out. Leo Cardenas, silver. Aaron Cook. Hate to see Bryant leave the Cubs, but you're expecting it. Yeah, I would expect to see him get traded this season for the Cubs. They're going to get something for him, and there is a really strong crop of shortstops coming up on free agency soon, but somebody's going to pay a premium for a third baseman. Or a designated hitter, depending on where they want to use Bryant. He's still pretty good, though. Charlie Hayes, Jacob Barnes, 28 packs left. And then we'll go to the secondary tournament team. Hector Velazquez. Anthony Rizzo, another Cub. We got 2 gold Cubs. Rizzo used to be a big Sox prospect, too. Schwarber, another Cub. Filling out the Cubs live collections here. 75, Hank Aaron. The card that does not play as well as I wish it would. 6,000 points for a silver card, though. Larry Boa, Matt Beatty. We're not even seeing any of the bronze cards we talked about today to be like, hooray! AJ Pollock, Dave Bergman. Nothing in there. Freddie Sanchez, William Contreras. Brad Miller. Got here Gomber. Thomas Hatch. Jorge Julio. He was a good closer for the Orioles back in the early 2000s. Joe Kennedy. Interesting pitcher for the Rays. Jorge Alfaro, soon to be Adley Rutschman's backup. Shelby, Schaefer, Goslin. Taijuan Walker. We got left 17. Thurman Munson. And another Wade Miley. Woo. Yuck. Lots of bronze in that pack at least. Let's see. Bonifacio, Louis Arroyo, Jace Peterson, Brandon McCarthy. Sorry about that. A real Munson. Dylan Carlson, Turk Wendell. He was better than that in 78. He had some good seasons. Joey Wendell, what a glove he's got. I think he's going to play third for them this year, if I'm not mistaken. Fantastic glove. Josh Fleming, Mike Minor, Alcantara, Mangeris Sierra, Sandy Alomar, There's Derek Hill again. 10 more packs. We got one live diamond in here. Couple golds. Cotto, Adam Eaton. Cole Irvin. Rasmussen, he's got some nasty stuff too. Santander. Curious to see what the Orioles get out of Santander this year. They're counting on him being really good for them going forward. Ravaza for the Red Sox. Nitkowski. Adam Simber. 5 packs left in this set. There's Alex Wood. We saw him on the relief pitcher list. Austin Riley's turning into a pretty good young player for the Braves. That third base and Riley and shortstop and Dansby Swanson, they're going to be fun to watch. With that starting pitching staff, my goodness, and Acuna and Albies. And oh man, they're so good. What an awesome job they've done putting that team together. Nunez again, Harvey Keen again, Jimmy Lambert. The National League East is going to be a lot of fun to watch this year. I think Philly is going to be improved. The Mets look like they're going to be good. The Nationals have to play better than they did last year. I don't think the Marlins are that far away either. They have some really good young players for the Marlins. Let's go live. Hide active cards. Really? We did not get that many gold diamonds. Where did all these come from? We really? I don't feel like we got that many diamonds. Oh, this is a different team. Ha! That's what happened. This is a different team. Sold everything. Haha. We have 43 packs left with the Unicorns. They need future legends. They need, I don't know, something good. Something fun. Here's a diamond. Cole Hamels. That's a good one for some points. 12,000 points. He's part of a couple. Team of the Decade, 2010s pitchers, World Series MVPs. Justin Turner. Zamora. O'Neill. Pedro Strop. That's a live pack right there. Sid Monge. For Cleveland. Nicky Lopez. Thairo Estrada. There's Bake McBride. We like Bake McBride. 1980 right fielder for the Philadelphia Phillies. George Suggs, 75 silver. Cincinnati Reds. Duffy Lewis used to get some play in the outfield and as a designated hitter in bronze. He's been really, really surpassed by a lot of guys, but he did used to get some play early on in the format. Couple golds here. We got Eugenio Suarez, and Marcus Semien. Lonnie Smith from those great early 1990s Braves teams. Claudio. Bubba Starlin. Logan Morrison. Another guy who has a lot of power but just never quite put it all together to become a really top shelf player. Whitgren, Zavala, Eddie Casco, Hermosillo, Lou Whitaker. It was 80s. Detroit Tigers were fun to watch too. Whitaker and Trammell up the middle on those teams. Louis Alexander Basabe, who was part of the Red Sox organization, got traded as part of the Chris Sale trade with Yohan Moncada. Scott Service from 98. Austin Bryce, Bonifacio, another Billy McKinney. Billy McKinney's turning into my every fourth pack guy here. Just pulled a Juan Soto and Diamond Bill Terry in back-to-back packs through my inspiration. Congratulations. That Soto's pretty sweet. Soto's one of the better live cards out there. A lot of those perfect lives, I'm really hoping that the live perfects that come out this season are a little bit more usable. than they have been. They get surpassed very quickly by the historical stuff, which is fine. But I'd really like to see the Diamond and his perfect live cards be really useful this year. There's another Lewis Thorpe. Maury Rath, second base. Solid defense. Mathis again. Nick Heath. Running out of packs. 22 packs. I don't know how many I have on the other team. We got one team left to go through. There's another Keone Kela. Whip, are you still here? Did any free agents sign today? Don't spoil it for me. No missions in beta? No, they'll come out Friday probably. Hopefully Friday. There's Schiraldi, the other Schiraldi, the 55. Tyler Mahle. No major signings. Uh-oh, there's a Blaze Jordan, future legend. Giovanni Gallegos. These guys are killing me. These free agents in the OHBL are killing me, man. I'm about to just pick one of them and offer him 90 mil a year. Just to sign somebody. Mike Soroka, solid pitcher for the Atlanta Braves. And a perfect Diaz. Nice. Andrew Miller. Another Chavis, another Mathis. Fill these irons pretty quickly, these live irons. There's a Ryan Sheriff. Another Bobby Bradley. Alcantara, Jake Lamb. I'm so glad to see Daniel Bard back in the majors. That's awesome. Tommy Doyle. Pitched well for Colorado this season. Nate Pearson. Tantalizing. Really hoping for good things from him. There's a Pete Fox as well. Nate Pearson could be awesome. Another gold. Simmons, still one of the best shortstops in the league. Brett Anderson. That starting rotation for the Brewers looks like it's going to be pretty solid. That's a winnable National League Central, I think. There's not a really super good team out there. Trey Turner for the Nats. Some Castellanos here. Tanaka. Abraham Almonte should be pretty good this year for the Padres. Probably playing a backup role for them. There's a Nick Anderson. Boy, does he have some nasty stuff, too. He threw on 102, 103. Josh Naylor. Last pack will sell some lives, and then we'll get on to the final team. Let's go sell these lives. What do we got? We got at least two, I think, right? 2 diamonds. Anderson and Soroka. Quick sell all of these. 20 more packs. How did we pull that off? And then this is what happens. You just end up in a cycle of opening packs, and then you end up opening 400 packs. Gross. Here we go. Steve Lyons, center fielder. Iron. He should be your center fielder if you're playing Iron tournaments. Jose Urena. There's Otis Nixon, another 92 Braves. Dave Olin, Rio Ruiz. Got here, Mercado, Mamaleos, Davey Gruon, Taylor Dothit. I don't think I've ever seen this card. 1928 Snapshot. Not part of any missions. 15 more packs. I love hearing about you guys' awesome cards because that means they're out there. 3 Indians in that pack. Wilmer Defoe. Defoe's an interesting option as a utility guy in Iron. I don't think he's the best choice, but Eibner, Josh Taylor, another Hermosillo. So many Hermosillo cards. Romero, Goins, Scott Alexander. Nico. I think Nico Horner is going to be awesome this season. There's a silver Bake McBride that I didn't know existed. 75 contact, 37 power, 37 eye, bad defense. 1974 rookie sensation, Bake McBride. I didn't even know that was a card. They have quieted down significantly. 6 packs left for this team. And then we move on to the backup tournament team. Austin Adams. Trout Nixon. Not quite where I want it to be. Nick Trout Nixon, my dream card. Talked about it in the past. Nick Senzel. I just traded him in my fantasy baseball league. Shedlong Jr. is going to start the season on the injured list, it looks like. Also on my fantasy team. Manny Machado. Manny Machado leads to good things, though, right? Last time we drew Machado within 5 packs, we were getting real hits. There's Jason Hamill. Colorado Gold. All right, guys. Last team. We got one more team to run packs with. And then we'll say goodbye to Perfect Team 21. And get ready for Perfect Team 22. $84. I gotta open 100 more packs. Are you serious? Oh, I promised. I guess I gotta do it. I guess I have to. Pay no attention to the team behind the curtain. They are not very good. Still an iron. This team has been just running tournaments. They did get a perfect spawn at one point, but he hasn't been enough to make them any good. So we'll see if we get anything today to send them off into the sunset as a halfway decent team. It's not a bad rotation, to be honest. Spawn, McCullers Jr., Freed, Archer, and Carlton. 9th in runs against. 1st in runs scored, though, which is surprising to me. Rico Petrocelli at shortstop. Engel, Oliver. 96 Rico. I love this card. I do like this card a lot. Pretty solid shortstop. Not the best. You know, he's not going to win gold gloves at too many high-level tournaments, but a little bit of home run power, decent eye discipline. Rico from that... it was what, 1969? Not the 67 Dream Team season. Oh, we already bought our packs. We can't buy any more packs. We already bought them all. Just pulled 100 Cody Bellinger. Nice. Mr. World started 22. We get a diamond in our first pack. See, I told you, Machado leads to good things. We pull Thor in our first pack. 95 Noah Syndergaard. Christian Arroyo. Second baseman. I'm hoping for good things from him this season for the Red Sox. There's Vic Aldridge. Solid bronze pitcher. Yeah, you get 30 packs for the beta, but it's going to be the 6 packs or whatever, plus your bonuses if you play it out of the park 21 or 20 and 19. You can get up to, I want to say it's 3 diamonds and 5 golds or something, depending on how long you've been playing for loyalty packs. So good start for people with loyalty. Joey Gallo, Ryan Howard, Philadelphia Phillies. Machado leads to hot packs, guys. I don't like Manny Machado, but the 2 diamond Machados we pulled today have led to hot runs. You have them all back to 19. Yeah, you should get some good stuff. There's I saw the link today for the loyalty stuff, but that stuff won't start till Friday. This is just the beta. Luke Farrell. Diamond Al Spalding. There you go. 1875. Legend. No collections. Went for 120 at one point. Probably play on this team. Probably could. Let's see. Dal Maxville. Austin Nola. Looks like it's homework time. Are we losing? Did we lose some? Kids aren't even home right now, so I shouldn't be. Let me check. Yeah, I'm seeing it. We'll have to finish soon. Speeding it up. Burning through the pack. Sonny Gray, AJ Pollock. 89 left. Starlin Castro. Did it clear up or are we still having issues? Kurt Young. You'll buy Friday morning on Steam. I'm hoping we can get the OHBL on board pretty quickly. Daniel Norris. Time we got 230. Omar Vizquel. The other bronze Ozzie Smith. Burning through him. Uh-oh, Acuna. Manny Machado luck still bearing fruit. 100 Acuna. And a Flaherty. Pre-order 22 today and get the public beta. Yeah, you should be able to. And a Bellinger. 2 out of 3 packs with perfects again. They're live this time, but you know, you win some, you lose some. I can't wait to see it. I'm going to wait till tomorrow. I'm going to get surprised. I'm going to surprise myself with it for you guys. They have done a phenomenal job with the artwork. Jeff King, Cole Hamels. Whip, are you still having issues with the frames? It looks like it cleared itself up. There's an 87 Papelbon. That's a card I've been looking for a while, just not on this team. Tommy John. Diamond Aroldis Chapman. We got some live cards to sell. We got like 50 more packs now. This is crazy. 74 packs left here. We're never going to be done. There's a Clemente, a Ronald Odor. Mean left punch. I like it. I started doing it like this recently just because I had other stuff going on when the stream, because the stream used to be really focused on pack openings. And so I would do them one at a time because I really enjoy watching the backs pop up and like, oh, it's 100, what is it? As opposed to all 6 at the same time. But when I started, like the tournament stream started running like 2.5 hours, I was like, I can't do 2.5 hours of tournaments and then watch 100 packs open one at a time. We'll probably go back to that a little bit because I enjoy watching them come out one at a time. There's Vlad Jr. We saw him today. Just received your email. Awesome. Congratulations. Hope you guys enjoy it. Got a Louis Tiant. We went back to single card for 22. Imagine if Out of the Park and NBA Top Shot had a baby. I don't know what Top Shot is. I've heard it said a couple times today, but I'm not sure what it is. Will Smith. Is that the one where you open them on your phone and then they send you the cards or something? Elvis Andrus. Fun player. Him and Adrian Beltre were a lot of fun to watch on the Rangers there. Willie Harris. Tommy Malone. Halfway through these packs, all we've gotten is 2 live perfects. Because that's something to complain about. Tops Bunting Crypto Kitties. There's a Josh Bell. He was gold at one point this season, not anymore. Aaron Fletcher, Jason Dixon, Luke Baird, Bo Taylor, Valdez, another Miles Straw, Tukey. 2 Aaron Barretts in a row. Tukey is important to the Braves this season. If he turns back into what he was a couple of years ago, if he progresses just a little bit to be super reliable again, then that rotation is as good as it gets in the major leagues. Got a 96 Harper. Rebuild the Angels. There's an Alec Boehm. Check this guy out. That's an Alec Boehm right there. Number to 199. One of my more valuable cards right now. He's the guy this year. He's the rookie this year. Last year it was Luis Robert. Now it's Alec Boehm in the Topps cards. That one is stellar. It's hard to tell on that camera, but that is an absolutely beautiful card. Dylan Bundy. Jordan Alvarez. John Myers. Let's see. We got a Johan Camargo. 36 packs left, and then we get to sell and finish it up. We're almost there, guys. Almost there. Anthony Rendon. There's another live diamond to sell. Goldschmidt. Another lava. Arrieta. I'm seeing a lot of Arrieta today. Chirinos. Another Brett Phillips. Taylor Rogers, Michael Wirtz, gold and silver. Trevino, Ian Desmond. Desmond's starting to get long in the tooth, but he was a fantastic utility guy for a little while there. Really good second baseman, too. Evan White looks like he's going to be solid for the Mariners. So does Gerson Bautista. See Matt Bowman, Arrieta, Pete Rose, bronze Pete Rose, Alex Gonzalez, 2003 World Series champion, Miami Marlins, Florida Marlins back then. Beta will update tomorrow and Thursday is the plan, and then it'll release. You have to delete the beta and download. You should not have to. You should be able to just download the full installer, and it'll install itself over whatever you have. That's the way it's worked in the past. So they're under new management now, so I'm not, it may change this year. Because like the beta will be like a 0.95 release or a 0.97 release or something, and then the initial release will be like a 1.0 something. You think he's done? Yeah, he was pretty solid for a little while, but he kind of faded really fast. Faded really, really fast. Some Mike Ford. Diamond Roy Cullenbine. What do we got here? 10,000 points. Detroit, face of the franchise. Solid Diamond historical card. We've had some good pulls today. I'm going to have to put Satchel Paige on that other team and let them run. Caleb Ferguson looks like he's going to be solid for the Dodgers again this year. Let's see. Angle, McFarland. Dodgers team is a beast, man. That division between San Diego and the Dodgers is going to be awesome. It's going to be a good race. I don't think the other teams are too far behind them in like developing good teams. I don't know that they'll compete with them this year, but I think the Diamondbacks could be good pretty soon. I think the Giants will get it back pretty soon. And the Rockies are always interesting. You never really know what you're going to get. Tariq Skubal, hopefully he'll turn into a good player for the Tigers this year. Scott Kamenicki, 8 packs. Huey Kritz was a solid second baseman in Iron for a little while. I don't know how much he's getting used anymore. There's a Pujols. Just released him off my fantasy team, straight to the waiver wire. Needed the roster spots. Dynasty team. The league is done. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous league. It's 20 teams, 25-man active rosters, 40-man total. So a 15-player reserve plus 35 minor league players per organization. It's just ridiculous. I don't know why I got myself back into it. Seth Lugo, And last pack for this set. I don't know about the Korean subtitles. You know you'll always get with the Rockies, false hope. I like it, Whip. You feel bad for Cano. He really wanted to play and contribute, even though he could have just collected the check. For him getting busted, I wouldn't go so far as to say I feel bad for him, but like I don't hold it against these guys. You got to do what you got to do. We're gonna sell all these live cards. We're 80 more packs. I thought it was gonna be 50. I'm so bad at this. My math is off today. Last 80 packs. No, probably not. I probably lied, but those two perfects. They gave us more. We got to run out of packs eventually, right? You got a 99 Shane Bieber. Bieber's starting as a 99 and 22. $76 packs left. Royd Ball was more fun to watch. I don't know how unpopular that opinion is going to be. I don't think it's as unpopular as you think. I am not a huge fan of the 3 true outcomes we have today. But I don't know how to fix it either. I don't know if the dead ball is going to fix it. And I don't know these. I hate the idea of forcing teams to not use the shift. Even though that's kind of what's led to it. We got another. Uh-oh, guys. We got a Machado here. Let's see what happens. No, I don't feel bad for Cano. Out of the park, 22 packs are hot. There's a Nomar. Man, I've been trying to get this Nomar card for the whole time it's been out. I think Royd Ball was more fun because we were all so much more innocent back then, and we turned a blind eye to it. I think and not that we didn't know what was going on, it just wasn't a big thing, right? We didn't argue about it or complain about it or anything like that. Now it's every day. It's like, why isn't Barry Bonds in the Hall of Fame? Like, everybody knew it was going on. And so it's frustrating to think about in retrospect. And it's hard to watch strikeouts and home runs. I don't love strikeouts and home runs that much. I like action on the field. I like awesome plays by shortstops. I like diving catches by center fielders. I like good pitching performances too. I love the game of baseball, and I do like watching it when it's home runs and strikeouts. I just think it's gone way extreme these days. There's a Frank Viola diamond. And so I'm all for ways to combat that. I just don't think that... I don't know how. I'm not smart enough to come up with a way for them to do it. So all I can do is say, I hate that idea. Like doing away with the shift, I think it takes away some of the strategy in baseball, something they're trying in the minor leagues this year. I like and then the speed up the game. I totally disagree with the game length being the issue. I think it's a pace of play thing. And I think the biggest single thing they could do to fix the game of baseball right now would be to actually enforce a pitch clock. Make guys pitch the ball within 20 seconds or something like that. I don't think the idea that they've dropped this idea of or they're trying out in the minor leagues this maximum pickoff attempts thing, which I think is just a terrible idea. I don't like it very much. I think it's going to lead to some weird stuff. We'll see what actually happens with it, but I don't know. I think pace of play is a bigger issue than game length. But I could be wrong. There's a Devon White. That's an interesting bronze card. We didn't see this one today on the bronze list. I'm a little surprised we didn't see it. I wonder if it didn't qualify. There's another Taylor Rogers. 47 packs left. You missed the last 45 minutes due to work. I don't think you missed much. We got I don't remember what we got. We got a couple of live perfects, which we're opening the packs from. There's another Noah Syndergaard. This Manny Machado was not as lucky as the last two. Yeah, I'm okay with increasing the size of the bases. I would not be opposed to them playing around with a double base at first base the way that like slow pitch softball does it. just to kind of prevent those injuries at first base that happen for whatever, like the stepping on the first baseman's foot or whatever that happens at first base. But the pitch clock is really the big thing. And then cut down on the amount of, like, when you bring in, if it's not for an injury, have your pitcher warmed up. Like, that's the big thing to me. But then that takes away from commercials. And so now you're talking money, and they're not going to look to take money away, right? And so that's kind of my 2 cents on that. There's a Brandon Crawford, 89 Brandon Crawford from 2015. Good power, good defense for that one. Yes, the teams do reset on Friday. Not just a clock for the pitchers, though. Oh, I missed that. You guys got talking really fast. Diamond and gold packs are in there. Enforce the pitch clock. Whip says, don't allow the batters to step out of the box. Yeah, I agree. Yep, and that's supposed to be, that's a rule. That's a rule right now. And so them not enforcing that is a thing too. You got to actually enforce the rules that you want to put out. It's not the shift. The shift isn't causing longer games. It's a minute and 5 seconds between pitches that's causing long games. So thoughts on moving back the mound? There's a 95 Joey Votto. That's a solid card. Reds team of the decade 2010s hitters. Loonies. I don't love it. I don't love the idea of moving back the mound. But I could see it being a thing. What do you think it's going to lead to if they move the mound back? Greinke drove the bus. Love your name, by the way. Yeah, batter's got to be ready with that many seconds left in the perfect team settings. You can set pack opening in instance. Yeah, it's not enforced. Yeah, the batter stuff isn't enforced. Neither is the pitch count. So really, the pitch clock and then the batter's not leaving the box needs to be enforced, like as soon as possible. Ben Lindbergh had a great write-up about moving the mound. I will see if I can find that one. 25 left. We got a couple of diamonds to sell, so we're running low on packs. We got a Sean Figgins here. We got a Jay Bruce. Spencer Turnbull. Another Palumbo. Christian Colon. Rabbit Marinville. He was one of the kind of 5 best defensive second shortstops early on, and then it was him, Ozzie, and one other guy for a little while, and then people realized that Ozzie's just too good. There's a Jarrett Wright. They move the mound back. They got to move the fences back too. Yeah, probably. There's a 71 Ray Knight. I think the problem with moving, like changing dimensions, is all of a sudden you're asking guys who have pitched and used their shoulders and their arms from a certain distance for so long, and now you're asking them to go 6 inches further or however much further you plan on doing, and it really changes the way everything works because the release point's going to have to be different, or the ball's going to be way lower in the zone when it reaches the plate, right? Because we all agree gravity is a thing, right? More time to see the ball does affect movement, so you'll see more movement with the curveballs and stuff like that. But you're really gonna have to change the way pitchers pitch, and so I worry about it. There's a perfect Edwin Diaz. That's our second perfect Edwin Diaz of the day. That'll be 20 more packs here with 9 packs left to go. We had a couple diamonds in here as well. And there's a Kluber. And so I'm interested to read. I'm going to write that down, actually, if I can find a pen. Where did it go? Ben Lindbergh. I'm going to make a note of that. Word pad. Ben Lindbergh. I'm going to make a note of that and try to get around to seeing the write-up that Ben Lindbergh had for the mound. From a baseball thing, they didn't experiment, and the pitchers were fairly negative because of just that. They've trained so long using the same dimensions. Right. It's I think it'd be really hard because you're going to have to change the release points of the pitchers in order to get them to have the pitches where they need them to be strikes. Because even if you add 6 inches on, you're going to drop that much more because of the gravity, and the spin rate on curveballs is going to make it super weird. There's an 88 Cliff Floyd. That's probably not super cheap. 2,600. Last pack of this set, and then we're going to sell Edwin Diaz and our diamonds and gold lives, and then finish it up. We are close, folks. We are close. It's been a long day. I am ready to be done opening packs. What do we got? We got 40 more. You guys are killing me. I should stop. We should just stop. I promised we were going to open all these packs, though. So that's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do. And we're going to see a perfect Pedro. Come on. Senzatella, Mauricio Dubon. Looks like a solid young player for the Giants coming up through their system. Dubon. Daniel Robertson, Miguel Cabrera. Solid young player, Miguel Cabrera, coming up through the Detroit Tigers system as well. There's a Derek Lee. 89, Derek Lee. Karinchak. Man, these packs are hot today. Lots of golds. How did I get all these packs? I've just been saving points. I haven't opened packs with this team in like a month and a half. It's been saving points and tournaments is where these packs came from. So this team I only do anything with on stream outside of buying tournament players for bronze, iron, bronze, and silver. Is all that I really do with this team. Another gold, Chris Archer, future legend, Michael Kopech. I swear, if I get a future legend Alec Thomas today, I'm going to be so mad. I'm trying to get a future legend Alec Thomas since the first week of Perfect Team 21. I don't have one. Another Manjera Syria. Kevin Ginkel, interesting pitcher for the Diamondbacks. There's a Kyle Lewis Rookie of the Month card. That's pretty stellar. What do we got here? 66 contact, 74 power, 70 eyes, 78 defense. I don't know that that plays in gold at all. Pretty stellar looking card though. Love that green border. Your last few dozen packs have been horrible. Sorry. My packs have been okay today. In fact, my packs, I would go so far as to say these packs have been spectacular today. As we get a Heine Zimmerman here, that's a solid card too. Team of the Decade 1910s. If I could have gotten all of these packs over to the one team. Not very good defense at the third base position. Good contact and good power for Heine Zimmerman though. I've never seen that Heine Zimmerman either. Or you talking about the Kyle Lewis Rookie of the Month. What year and team is Perfect Edwin Diaz is alive? I want to say it's a live Met right now. I don't know. I don't think there's a perfect historical Edwin Diaz. It's the 2020 Mets. We're down to 20 packs left. Here's another. Oh my goodness, are you serious? Javier Vazquez. These packs are smoking hot today. I could start a fire in my backyard with these packs today. The Joe Baggs Hardware Heroes. $17 packs left. I think we've got a couple gold lives. If we don't get a diamond live card, we probably won't bother. Well, no, we're down to our last few packs, so we will. There's Del Pratt. We talked about him a little bit today. We got Victor Robles here, Gregory Soto, Andrew Romine, Blix Donnelly. Keep forgetting to claim your packs. Sorry. Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you, Biznif, for hanging out. You guys make this worthwhile, so this is... You guys don't need to be thanking me for anything. There's a Silver Belanger, solid card. We got Riggs Stevenson, Denny Doyle. 8 packs left. We'll sell a couple more lives. 7 more packs left. Can't believe no free agent signed in the OHBL. So frustrating. Running out of time. These last 10 packs have been rough. Bryce Wilson's going to be interesting to watch this year. You like the 22 card? I love the 22 card art. I love it. It looks absolutely awesome. There's the last one there. We got a couple live cards left to sell. What do we have? 42 packs worth. Couple golds. 5. Tag all. Quick sell. What are we going to get? 5. 6 more packs. Last 6 packs, barring something crazy. I pressed the wrong button. Guess you're going to do that once in a while. Oh, just wasting time. What time is it? 3 o'clock. Perfect timing. 4-hour stream. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I hope you got good stuff. Really looking forward to tournaments and Out of the Park 22. 6 packs left to go. We're going to start wrapping it up tomorrow, 12-hour stream. Taba, playoffs. Bill Spears will start this one off. Taba World Series, my Plymouth Panthers are in it. We're going to probably lose because it's a really good team we're playing against. We're going to do some OHBL offseason stuff and see if we can't get some free agents to sign. And then on to Out of the Park 22. We will start with some perfect team. We'll check out some tournaments. We will then get into an alternate baseball history, and we'll set it up together and get it ready to go for the next couple weeks. Really enjoyed hanging out with you guys today. It was a long day. I apologize for being on so long. I apologize to anybody at Out of the Park who wanted me to be done way sooner than this too. So we'll close it out with a silver Ted Lilly. Goodbye, Perfect Team 21. Goodbye, viewers. I hope you have a fantastic night, and hopefully we'll get Pop Lloyd as a sweet card. And hopefully we'll get to see some of you tomorrow. Have a great one, guys. Adios.